All right. We are just getting set up here. Give me 1 second, you guys. And this time it'll be the real stream. All right. There we are. All right, we're going to hop back in. We're still working on the country club. I want to try and push through and finish the country club because I want to move on to bigger and better things. But we will take this one step at a time. I'm also going to try to make this full screen. Let me see. Let's see how this works out for us. There we go. Lovely, lovely. All right. Let's keep that on for now. I'm not sure why. Yeah, for some reason the whole screen is dark. That is so strange. Let me see. I'm like, yeah, I don't think brightness is going to do anything. I think it's a glitch. In that case, I might have to go back. Let me see. That's better. I don't really like the taskbar down here, but it may have to do, you guys, because I'm not sure why it's doing that. Otherwise, I can do this. Yeah, it's so weird. It just magically becomes darker. Why, Sims 3? Why? Okay, you know what? Worse things can happen, right? Okay, give me 1 second. I'll be right back. I'm just going to turn on the fan and the AC. All right, I'm back again. Give me 1 sec, because my thumbnail's not even showing up, so that's not fun. All right, let me get back over here. At least we have the graphics, right? The new layout is working so far. Okay. Actually, better yet, let me do this. I'll be right back again. I got some housekeeping to do. Figuratively speaking, but I will be here. Alright, well, YouTube is being a big old pain in the butt because I can't even use my own thumbnails. Let me see. Might have to do this the old-fashioned way. Let me see. But how we doing? I hope we're doing well over here. If I could get this to work, that'd be lovely. Okay, found my thumbnail. It's super small, but you know what? It's gonna have to do. And there it is. Okay. We got the right thumbnail now, so I think we should be fine. I hope. Alright, we're good to go. It's a little blurry. It's a little blurry, but it will do. There we are. Okay. I'm like trying to situate my camera right. I have a new position for my camera, so it's pretty much on my monitor. I'm like, where do I sit here? Get in position with the new setup, right? All right, all right. Hopefully everyone can hear me. Oh, yeah, so we were working on the library last time. I want to start setting up the rooms as well, because the rooms are going to take quite a bit of time. But I'm going to see if we can start to replicate a layout. Turn this down just a little bit. Okay. So we got our elevators here. These are definitely not going to be 2 rooms. Let me see how I can do this. I can do a small hallway like this. Let's do small hallway, archway. Let's see. Can I divide these evenly? That's the question. I cannot. Okay. That's not fun. That's not fun. I could almost make this 3 rooms and go like this. And have just one large room going across. That's a possibility. It would cut down on the amount of work that we have to do. So there's that. Let me see. If we do a room here. There's the bed. Ooh, it is a pretty tight squeeze, so that's the only thing. It's a bit worrisome. If I fit it this way, we should be fine. There's not really room for a bathroom, though, so... let us figure this out. I'm thinking going narrow this way. That should give us enough space. I could even do this. Make a tiny little indent. There we are. Now I'm like watching chat because I want to make sure it's working. Oh man, my camera froze. That's not fun. Hold on. For some reason, my little USB is very finicky, so I apologize. Tech is just not teching, but it will be teching shortly. There we go. Okay. I'm not frozen. Feel free to bother me. If you see something freeze, it's okay. I know the fix for it. Okay. We need doors, you guys, but I don't think we actually have doors yet. I don't think we've used doors in this build that are solid. So let's see. Let's get some lights in here because it's super dark. Oh, the columns are here too. I forgot. That's what I want to do. I wanted to bring back the columns. Okay. Grab the lights. Super dark. Okay. Okay, looking better. I'm going to make my life easier and just copy and paste this. Nice and simple. There. All right. I think we had some plants down here too. Yeah, we had quite a bunch. Did I get a chandelier? I should put a chandelier in there. Let's see. It's gotta be something fitting. Probably gonna have to go in the game and fix the lighting because it's a little bit stark. That kind of almost works, funny enough. Let me see. It's got the right kind of look. It's not my favorite though. Let me see. We got like a more classic chandelier with the different like elements coming out. There's this. What do we think? Drop ceiling lights. I'm gonna try this one for now. I'm gonna copy the palette over. Okay. Oh, this is the third floor. Okay. I did not have plans for the third floor, you guys. I have no idea what's going up here. I almost want it to just be an attic because I think the elevators... Yep, the elevators don't fit. So the third floor... The third floor could actually even be an attic or some kind of storage space, so I'm not certain just yet. Otherwise, I could actually do stairs here. Let me see. It's going to give me more to build, but we should be okay. Can we do stairs in here? Just in case there's an emergency. I like to think practically, you guys, because seriously, if there was an emergency, how do we get up? How do we get up and down if the elevator doesn't work? Let me see. I had those stairs down there, which maybe I could work. Let me see. But welcome in, you guys, for anybody just joining. We have a new lovely setup. If you want to send me a message, I'd love to see if my combined chat is working. I took a couple hours today to set it up. Redesign some of the graphics to be more in line with the new branding. The new branding has been there for a while, but the stream graphics were kind of the same, more or less. I'm going to refresh my tablet over here because looks like stream is trying to load, but it's not really doing its thing. There we go. All right. The problem is if we go up here, we lose that floor. That's the problem, is we get to this floor and I don't know what to do because I don't think we have enough clearance. Let me see. We do have clearance. Okay. That helps quite a bit. Okay, so we're going to go up. Which way are we going? We're going back up that way. There we go. Oh, hey, Alethea, it is working. Wonderful. Hello again. Okay. I'm going to try, like, really focus you guys. I'm probably going to, like, take a break from this at some point from the building portion and probably work on another element of the build, but I'm really going to try to lock in as best as I can to knock this out because I do want to start working on other pieces of this. But how we doing? How you doing, Alethea? Make sure this stairwell is lit up well. I should probably put bathrooms down here. I have no bathrooms. This is really bad. Oh, you know what? We don't have a gym. It could be cool to have some kind of rec area as well. We have a dining area here. Let me see. I wanted columns in here too. Doing good. Doing good too. Hanging in there, right? I do have a trip coming up. I have a family reunion. That'll be in a couple weeks. So that'll be exciting. Let me see. I do like that. I think it makes the room feel a little bit more fancy. Wondering if I should have actually made it even more fancy. I'm not really sure how I could do that. Maybe changing the paneling, I think. Right? It's been a long time, Alethea. It's been, I think, 10 years since our last full reunion, so it's overdue. Okay, let me see. I want something like this. It's giving very, like, Titanic energy. Early 20th century? Let's see. Ooh. It's almost there. I think the paneling is a little much. I'm just trying to find a version that doesn't have that. But it looks like a lot of them do. Let me see. Ooh. It's not quite though. It's almost there, you guys. But I'm like, all I want is this, but then have like some kind of panel on the wall. But I don't think we're getting that. Let me see. We don't want barn. That is close. Let me see. Hello, Kitty. Do you like our new setup, darling? So now, with the chat in the screen, you'll be able to see people on Twitch as well. Because sometimes we have friends coming on, like, they join the stream from one platform or the other, but you can't see any of the correspondence. So it looks like I'm talking to invisible people. But now they're not invisible. So for example, if I do this... you should be able to see it pop up. There we go. So if we have any friends that want to say hello to our YouTube friends, you may do so, and you can actually see them reply. But that was exciting. I'm glad to have the whole new setup. My screen is now fully in view. It's smaller, so this, like the game screen, if you will, is smaller, but now it's unobstructed. Because before, if my camera was here, you wouldn't be able to see any of this stuff in the corner, for example. And if we're doing something like a puzzle game, you can't really have the screen obstructed, right? You don't want to have to toggle your camera on and off. So I figured this was a lot easier. And I think it looks slightly more professional now, so there's that. But I'm trying to push through this this current lot. I'm probably gonna stop and work on a different lot, but it's okay. That is actually a really nice wallpaper. It might be a little bit much though. Let me see. I'm just trying to find panels. I want panels, wood panels that are ornate, but have a flat color going down. And I don't know if we're going to get that. This was the closest one, even though the ornamentation's a little different. I'm going to try to steal this one over here. Yeah, the new setup is much better. I love the teal color for the background. It matches the chill vibe of your streams. Oh, thank you, Kitty, right? And the other thing, too, was I kind of wanted to get away from very, like, sim EA heavy branding, because we are doing Paralives. Paralives is coming, so I'm excited for that. I wanted branding that was going to be more neutral in terms of just the content here. I've always loved teal. I actually use teal in my graphic design branding, like for my business. But there's still a little bit of like that sim energy popping through with that green there, you know? Yay, Paralives, right? It's been 80 years. I've waited all my life. And it's finally arriving. It has been a long time though, seriously. Oh, my camera's off. Hold on one sec. My USB extension, my USB extension's a little faulty, so I have to reset it. Give me 1 second, you guys. I'll be right back. There we go. Towny teal, right? I love that. I'm excited for Paralives. I plan on playing, right? I have not been viewing any of the spoilers. I have seen some things like a few months ago, and that's about it. I've seen like them work on animations, some of the character setup. I've seen a lot of the building, for sure. I have seen parts of the town that is being launched with the game, and that looks great. But I don't want to know any more than that. And I see all the streamers doing early access, and I'm like, I don't want to know. I want to be pleasantly surprised. I want to go into it blindly and then be able to experience all of it. So that is going to be on Monday. To my knowledge, I have nothing that is very, like, how do I say it? There shouldn't be anything that should obstruct my schedule on Monday, so we should be able to play it together. I watched Sid Mac do a bit of gameplay and building, but that's it. Yeah. I've seen bits of it from other, not creators per se, but from the Paralives channel itself. Like, I've seen their little teasers and stuff. Those I've been, like, keeping up with pretty well. Okay, let me see what's going on here. I think we're stuck. I love creative style, but it's very laggy. I'm excited to do videos with Paralives because I haven't done a video in a long time just because of how crazy work has been. But I would be very inspired to start doing Paralives content, just like I used to do Sims challenges and stuff like that. I feel like that would be really fun. Come on, we can do it. We can do it, Sims 3. Just give me that swatch. There it is. It even went in the right area. Mechanics seems very similar to Sims 2 in the sense, but the character creation system works on a slider and color wheel system. I'm so ready to pay for it. Right, Alethea? It does, yeah. It does look like a very refined Sims 2. Stylistically, it's so different, but yeah, it seems very detail oriented, like the way Sims 2 was, and very easy to like jump in to the gameplay. It's kind of like what Sims 4 I think wanted to be, but then fell short with. You know what I mean? Sims 3 to me will always be such a very unique experience that I don't know if there will ever be a way to replicate it. We have Inzoi, but I think with Inzoi, the thing that's different for me is the fact that Inzoi is very hyper-realistic, which has its own charm, but I do like a little bit of character in terms of, like, the world and the avatars. I don't want to be fully immersed in real life. If I did, I would probably play something like GTA. You know what I mean? Like, it's just not quite my style. Oh, this looks so much better. What do you think, you guys? I want to make the dining space look a little bit more regal, and I think this is doing the job. Oh. We got a little bit of lag. Kitty says, I'm mostly excited to build. There's so much freedom, particularly with being able to freely grow or shrink any item. Not to mention the flexibility with angles. You can do, like, anywhere from, like, you know, 90 degree, 180. You could do like 32 degrees, 24 degrees. You can be very avant-garde with your angles and the curves too. It's not like with Sims 4, it works almost like on a pie chart where you work in quarters, pretty much. Quarter. Does that make sense? Like if you split like a circle into 4 quadrants, that's the model that the Sims 4 has. Whereas with Paralives, you can very organically create curves. They don't have to be perfect quadrants, right? You can have a curve that goes like this, as opposed to the perfect quadrant that goes perfectly from one corner to the other with a curve, you know? May 25th was my high school graduation. It's been almost 15 years now. Oh, wow. I'm close. I'm close, Alethea. My graduation was 13 years ago from high school. And then my graduation from college was 9 years ago. Yep. Kitty says, yes, and without needing mods, right? I don't think they're going to be as glitchy either. Like, obviously, like, if you get a room that's, like, really narrow, it's not going to be routable. You know what I mean? It's not going to be routable for your avatars, your paras to move around with. But that's expected, right? But, oh my goodness, I couldn't stand the glitches that The Sims 4 had with curved rooms. It would always glitch the ceilings and create weird broken tiles that couldn't be resolved. It was terrible. But I really do believe that once we see what they've been working on with Paralives, especially because that feature has been in development for a while. I remember doing that video that everyone's been watching lately, the Paralives versus Sims 4 build overview, and that feature has been in development for at least the past 3 or 4 years. So they've been planning for it for a long time, and I'm sure it's been really well refined. I feel like with The Sims 4, the idea came to mind and they kind of rushed to implement it, but it didn't work well with the existing mechanics of the game. But by then, like, it's part of the game, so it feels wrong to take it out, even if it's not working properly. You know what I mean? But I mean, we all know how EA is with that stuff. Oh, I kind of want to do a window here. It's just really like, oh no, it's doing that thing. It's doing the thing where it doesn't sit in the middle. All right. Well, maybe I can introduce a window over here. I'll get rid of this bookcase. That's okay. We'll have a little asymmetrical moment here. What is going on? I think it's the light. Let me see. A gaggle? Is that what I said? Is that what you said? Or gah? Okay, let me see. These windows confuse me because I have to double check to make sure I have placed them the right way. No, it locks in place. There's a lot of things that are much more restrictive in Sims 3. The color wheel, to me, is the thing that really saves Sims 3 with building. It's still fun to build with, but you can tell there are certain limitations. You know what I mean? I'm trying to think what else is limited in this game. You can't scale objects. You can alt place things, but windows don't quite work like that. They're very slotted in terms of their placement. It locks very tightly into very particular tiles, like the doors do. Right? So I can't do an alt place on the archway. It'll just lock in place. Yeah. But I mean, you can still build like really great stuff though. I guess you have your pros and cons, yeah. I still prefer the realism of Sims 3. Obviously the game is getting older, but the world feels realistic, right? This was what they were able to achieve with this like semi-realism in 2009. You know what I mean? And I think the vision for it is great. I still prefer the more realistic look, the semi-realistic look compared to The Sims 4. If we could enhance the textures and the lighting to like today's standards, this would be amazing. And you can do it with mods, but it's not quite the same thing. You'd have to do a pretty extensive overhaul of the textures. You know what? Actually, no. I was going to say I wish like the colors were more vivid, but it is pretty realistic. You don't go outside and things are like color like rainbows, right? So I think they did a pretty good job for the time. And it holds up to me. I don't really mind the aesthetic of The Sims 3. Sims 2 does get a little bit older, but the gameplay is so fun. And the details, like all of it makes it so engaging. So it's not a huge hurdle, but you can start to feel the age of the game as you keep going back in time, right? Crazy how far The Sims has come from Sims 1 to Sims 4 in terms of building mechanics, right? Lady Oaks, darling, welcome in. Lady Oaks, we can now see our friends from YouTube, whereas before I'm talking to a wall. I'm doing good. It's been really busy, but I finished classes. I finished teaching classes, so that was a huge relief. I was pretty much working a full-time job, and then with my other work combined, it was almost like another job together. So the fact that my classes are over was a huge relief. I couldn't really stream because I think, first of all, it was time. There was no time to stream. the time that I had left to stream, I had to like decompress, right? I had days where I would drive to work for an hour, teach for 9 hours straight, drive home for an hour, and then you would find me passed out on the couch with like my Chipotle and some kind of TV show on Hulu on. Like there was not any energy left to do streaming, right? My social battery was very drained because, as you can imagine, like teaching is exhausting in that way. I love teaching, but energetically it takes a lot. You have to be attentive. You have to be, responsive, give feedback, be informative. Also, like, making sure to say the right things and censor yourself, right? Like there's just a lot of energy that it takes to teach. And then on top of that, with my publishing job, I also have to do consultations, and that's a whole other thing, right? It's a whole other thing that is, I enjoy doing them, but again, it's very draining. So it really, like, these past few months have just been crazy with all that together, and I just didn't have it in me. I didn't have the time or energy to stream. But now that it's summer, I'm trying to like get a hold of my schedule. I think I have a better grasp of things to where I can resume streaming again normally, but I couldn't do it. I had like 13-hour days where I would wake up, work all that time, and then just pass out. And I was trying to have like a social life and date and stuff like that. That was interesting. Oh goodness, it has been a fun time. But I'm alive. We are alive. Kitty says, I imagine university takes up a lot of time and energy even for teachers. Oh yeah, and then you have to work like outside of class too, right? Because you have to grade projects, you have to respond to emails. I had to put limits on things for students because I just didn't have the bandwidth. You know what I mean? I had to tell students, hey, like, I can help you, but I need you to be in class, or I need you to like reach out only during this time. Otherwise, I'm not going to be able to answer your questions. You know? It's just a lot. I'm probably going to have to be even stricter with it because I don't have time to, like chase people down if there's an assignment missing, for example. You know what I mean? Or if they haven't showed up to present or do something like that. It's just a lot. There's a lot of, let me see. Oh, it's the lights. I feel like this past semester, like these past few months have just been a lot of, like managing many tasks. Not like micromanaging, but there's just a lot on the plate to hop around with, you know what I mean? It was like, okay, I gotta teach. I gotta answer these emails from these students. And then I have to do a consultation for an author, right? But then I have to finish a different cover. But then I have an agency that I work for that just assign new projects I have to get on. So it was a lot. It was a lot of like bouncing back and forth. On the plus side, I am doing much better financially. So there was that. I'm happy about that for sure. But I'm definitely appreciating the summer vacation. I'll have like 2 months. I'll have a little bit, actually more than 2 months. I think I'll have like 2 months and 2 weeks off. Strictly from teaching. I still have like my other work, but at least that's done. And then we have a family reunion in 3 weeks, approximately 3 weeks. Which it's been 10 years since I've seen my sister. I have 2 sisters. I saw one, I think, 4 years ago. But then in person, I have not seen my other sister in 10 years. Without even joking, it's been almost 10 years. I have never met my niece and nephews, so there's that. It's completely understandable that you needed your personal time to rest. No need to push yourself for a video game, right? And it's a shame, Kitty, because I like streaming and I like being able to chat with you all and build and play games, but I was just drained, right? And it takes a lot of energy to be like on, right? Because I'm not going to be here and be like Eeyore, like, Hi guys, I'm exhausted. Just do whatever you want, say whatever you want. You know, I'm not gonna be a zombie. That seems fair. You have a life outside of work. You won't always have time to help others. Exactly. Not to mention, you know, I hear from students and they always say like, "Oh wow, like you just go way above what I would expect typically from my professors that would not take the time to like meet with me or give us this information." And it's not that I want to stop doing that, but there has to be a healthy limit, right? I'm only one person. I had, I think, about 60 to 70 students this semester. And that's a lot to bounce around with. There were actually students that disappeared from my class. Like they just stopped showing up, but I don't have the bandwidth to stop and check in and like file like paperwork with the university. I will have to at some point because they failed the class. But again, it's one of those things where, you know, if you want to take the class seriously, you have to show up. You have to attend to your assignments. The grades do come in. There are announcements that do go out, and everybody receives them equally. You know what I mean? I'm going to have to formally at least put in something for those students. But again, I didn't have the bandwidth to stop and, you know, reach out to those students. I did reach out to the ones that did have, for example, like personal issues that were happening. But those were ones that they communicated and were like, "Oh, hey, professor, I'm sorry to, you know, miss class. Like I had like an illness in the family, or I had some mental health issues." Right? Like we all have things that happen. But if you just disappear and you don't communicate, I mean, unless you're somehow not in this world anymore, it's like I need that, how do I say it? I think you guys know what I mean. I need communication. I need something, right? So I know how to help you. But if you don't make the effort at all, or if you think that it's in the wrong to speak up, then you're only doing a disservice to yourself, right? Because these are university classes. Lady Oak says, yeah, teaching and being PG can be hard when you're being pulled everywhere. Yeah. And politically correct, too. I think that's the really challenging thing. There are many times, like, topics come up that are hard to talk about. I mean, usually students are pretty liberal overall, like liberal politically, but also liberal in the way they speak. But, like, for example, like, I don't swear in the classroom. The only times I have sweared, or swore, I should say, the only times I've sworn in the classroom is if I'm reiterating something or like reading something that involves profanity, then I'm just reiterating whatever it says. But even then, I usually will not say it. Political topics do come up frequently, and again, I do see that we lean more liberal, but I try not to get into that content, you know? Yeah, it's tricky. But it's also the thing too of like, especially being a teacher, I want to make sure I can give feedback that's helpful, and I also want to make sure that I'm never discouraging the student. I'm always preoccupied about that. I'm always preoccupied with watching my words to make sure I have the right message and the right energy being conveyed. Because I've had professors in the past who were maybe too critical or too blunt, and it was very poorly received. And they didn't care because obviously they have the authority. But for us as students, like we felt that, you know, we felt like if our professors didn't care or were a little bit maybe more rude with their choice of words, for example, right? Or maybe even just not being open to like our ideas. That does happen a lot in university, you know, because obviously your professors are people who are very experienced and well educated, but at the same time, sometimes they like lock into certain perspectives, and it's hard to not challenge them per se, but open their perspective. If they're a bit egotistical, they're not going to listen, or they're going to like reprimand you back, right? I don't know how I feel about these windows here. I don't know. Something's a little off here. Let me see. I'll be right back. I have a load of laundry with a giant comforter, and I know it's not going to dry, so I have to keep running it again and again. So I'll be right back, you guys. Okay, we're back. Oh my god, I love reading dual chat, you guys. I'm so happy I figured out the new setup because I don't have to keep like bopping around screens. I just read it on OBS. And thankfully my vision is good enough to see the tiny little words. Lady Oak said, you don't have to say, but the last time saw you were live, it was when I rated you, and were you at the Yes, I was at the No Kings protest, yeah. I actually have to download that video because at some point it will go away, and I wanted to keep it as like documentation. But yeah, I was. That was an interesting time. I had never been to a protest. I was actually very like anxious going to it. I think just because, you know, also energetically there's so much emotion and such going on. And it was a little scary because, you know, living in Florida, it's very politically tense. We had hecklers that came. If you watched the video fully, you probably saw some people that looking at them, you kind of like, yeah, of course you would be like heckling us, right? Like very privileged people come and heckle and things like that. But it was a good time. I wish I went earlier though, because I went at the very end, so we lost a good chunk of the crowd. And by the end of it, it was like me and like 4 other people on the corner of a road. And I'm like, okay, now I don't feel as like, what's the word? To an extent, I don't feel as safe because it's easier to target a small group. I still stand by, like, I don't have any regrets going to the protest or like holding my sign or recording it. But obviously by the end of it, like, it's like, well, I don't know how much the 5 of us are doing at this point because it's already, it's like 6 in the evening and everybody else has packed up for the day. But it was fun. It was fun. It was a little like, it was still like I had to be on alert because I knew that there were going to be hecklers. There's always a risk of something happening at that event, you know what I mean? But it felt right to be there, especially being with other people that felt the same. I think that was where I started to get more emotional. I actually cried a little bit in the protest, not like bawling out, but it was just very like, just very intense with energy. And there were lots of people like honking their cars and cheering, the people that like drove by and like cheered out of their car or had signs too. I honestly wish it was something they did more often. Like if they had this like maybe like every, I would say like if they had this like every other weekend, I would probably do it because of how strongly I feel about it. And I made sure that like my sign, for example, I made sure to like be very careful with my words. Obviously we should have freedom of speech, but even still, we've seen a lot of pushback with that. But I still want to make my point known in a way that was still respectful and wasn't threatening to anybody, regardless of political stance. Old biddies. Yeah, we have people of all ages, honestly. I saw a lot of like college age, like Gen Z like students out there. There were quite a bit of like millennials up through Gen X and even like older as well. Yeah, there was a good range of people, right? Kitty says, sounds like there's a lot of paperwork involved. That must be pretty mentally taxing. To an extent, the grading is long. I've spent like whole 8-hour shifts just grading for one class because I grade very detailed. I don't just give you like numbers on a rubric, I actually write down notes. And it makes me so like, how do I say it? I like grading, but the monotony of it makes me so restless. I will grade like 4 students or 5 students and I have to get up and walk because it just takes so much to go through files, and if students don't turn things in correctly, I'm like, oh, I gotta like wait on them and stuff like that. Like, I love my students, but sometimes like if they don't listen, it really like makes my job harder. So at some point, there are times where I tell my students, look, this has to be formatted the right way or it's a 0. I can't have time to like go back and forth. I don't have time for you to be late. I really need you to get this done. And they understand. And I give them windows to like correct things and stuff like that. But I really enjoy it. If you told me right now that this would be the last semester I ever taught, I would be pretty sad. So it's a lot of work, but it's not something I would ever stop doing. I don't envision myself stopping teaching anytime soon. Oh boy, I could never do your job. I have gotten myself into sticky situations because of how I speak. Oh, I'm usually pretty liberal with personal stories. Like, funny enough, like I make jokes about like dates I go on, like just to be silly, and they usually laugh about that. Or I will tell like some funny stories from my life. Always PG though. No, I don't bring up like any inappropriate things. Sometimes like I had students that like talked very deeply to me about certain things in their life, usually like mental health struggles and things like that, or personal things that have happened to them with family or their relationships, usually in relation to either projects we're doing if it involves like a more serious topic, and of course if it is affecting their academic performance. You know what I mean? Like I've had students that couldn't come to class because they had a parent that was, you know, what they thought was going to be terminally ill. You know what I mean? Or somebody was in an accident. I had students drop out because of mental health issues that they couldn't resolve, and they actually had to leave right in the middle of the semester. And that's tough. It's tough stuff to talk about, but honestly, I've had so many different life experiences in my life so far that I can usually empathize with what they're going through. And if not, I can at the very least give them grace and work with them to find a solution, right? I've had students that were like, oh my goodness, like we appreciate like how understanding you were. Like I was in a really tough spot. I didn't think I could finish the semester successfully, but you made it possible. And those are moments that I really appreciate. I appreciate that they appreciate me in that way. Because some people are very rigid, even despite very human circumstances. Some people would be like, nope, you missed this deadline regardless of what happened, and you're going to fail, right? Lady Oak says, OMG, any protest is better protest than the one put on by Zephrine and them? Wait, what happened? Zephrine, the creator? Like the content creator? I don't know about that protest, Lady Oaks. You're going to have to let me know. Kitty says, do you ever feel like there are students that are trying to butter you up or brown nose you? I had one that had a crush on me. On my first semester of teaching, I know for a fact, and I even had my tarot friends look into it, and they're like, oh, without a doubt. They were pulling like the devil card and like wands, and I'm like, oh, God. But that would never work because I have a law of integrity. So it's like, okay, first of all, we're not going to have a relationship. And second of all, it's certainly not going to impact your grade, because if you are not doing quality work or if you're not being respectful in class, that's going to reflect. You know what I mean? If there's one thing I can pride myself on, you guys, is I really put a high sense of integrity for myself, and it's very hard to rattle. And if it is rattle, I will feel deeply like, what's the word? I guess ashamed, or like, oh no, I gotta do better, right? But yeah, no, I could see what they were doing. I didn't say anything because I didn't feel like it would be beneficial. They got really close to maybe saying something that was a little bit out of line or something like that. But they were wise enough not to get to that point. Otherwise, I would have to talk with them, and I'd have to sit down. I would have likely had to sit down with my department head and let them know about what was happening, and maybe have the student reassign. It was like flattering, but no. But no, I don't think I've ever had a student like that. There are ones that are very like endearing, and I think it's because of just energetically some students are just like that. I was always a person, and that's why I'm a streamer, right? Streamer and a teacher. I can be quite a chatterbox. Some people who don't know me well they have assumed things like that in the past, Kitty, where they thought I was the one that was being more of a brown noser. I'm like, no, that's just how I am. If I genuinely did not like you, you're not going to see me, talking to you, or at least talking in an endearing way. That's just how I am as a person. But I've had classmates that were definitely brown nosers, which is not fun. I have not seen it with my students, and even if they tried it, it would not work. It would be the type it's like, oh, so professor, do I pass? I'm like, no. Nice try, but no. Gotta do the work and do it well and show up to class. Zephyrin put on a protest in front of EA over the buyout. Like, why now? Shouldn't have been like 4 months ago. Oh, like in person? I saw that. Yeah. If that's the one you're talking about, Lady Oaks, yeah, I did see that. But it was a very small protest. I saw some people making fun of it, which I'm like, I don't like making fun of protests because they had a right to do it. But I guess it just didn't have a great turnout, or the timing was poor, like you said. Oh, you're good, though. You're good. This build is for my world. It is the country club. Let me actually save it because I love Sims 3, but it's always slightly unstable, so I'm not taking any chances here. I'm going to save. But yeah, it is the country club. I really want to get done with it. I might actually take a break and start working on the residential homes because they will be these. Yeah, they're going to be over here. I almost want to start on one, but let me see. Oh, now you got me like, do I want to start on a residential? I'm going to have to look up some houses because this area here, this area is supposed to be a bit inspired by New England, like upscale coastal New England. Think like Cape Cod and Newport. That's kind of the aesthetic over here. You can't really see it loading in just yet, but this is like the uptown area. That's why it's on a mountain, because they think they're above everybody else. Kitty says, oh, Lord have mercy. Oh my God, I just read that as like John Stamos from Full House, right? Doesn't he say that? But see, his is like encouraging it. He's like, oh, Lord have mercy. And I'm like, oh, Lord have mercy. Like, heal. I feel like the only thing for me, like when that was happening, Lady Oaks, it was like, I was kind of just curious. I'm like, how far is this student going to take it? Like what is going to be their end goal? Like, what are they going to anticipate happening here? Okay, so the other thing too, you guys, is the school. When we originally built the world, we had the school over here. They have their own like prep school in this area. We lost the build, unfortunately, when the world crashed. But, excuse me. We can still remake it, though. It was mainly the rabbit hole, but I did do a gymnasium back here. Let me see. Because I do want to start getting more of the world done. I don't want to get, like, locked in. I've been working on this resort for like the past several streams. I've been working on it since like the start of the year, so I want to like take a break and maybe get the school done. We'll do visitors allowed, I think. We'll get the rabbit hole. I'm trying to remember what else was on the lot. The vision for it was great though. The school is here. There's going to be a pool or gym that's back here that's in the same style as the rabbit hole. It wasn't this. It was the blue one. Let me see. Is it this? No, it's one of these schools. That's the public school. I think it was the one that came with ambitions. Let me see. Is it this one? No, that's the regular one. Man, I'm gonna go blind looking at this. The UI is so small in this game. It's another concern I have with it. Let me see. Where is the school? It's not this. That would be great up here, but it doesn't fit the style. I think it's ambitions, but I could be wrong. Here it is. This is the school. Okay, we don't really have a lot of room. We don't have a lot of room at all. There's no room for anything. I think what I did is I put the school all the way to the left, and I had some kind of little thing here. I had a little bit of like a garden area. That's what it is. Okay, let me see. Yeah, there's no room. I'll leave a little bit of clearance here. Realistically, this school should have a back entrance for like safety purposes. It's a nice school, though. I do like it. I get ya if I don't like someone and I'm not mean, but I won't go out of my way to talk or be around you. Yeah, I'll just politely avoid them. It happens online, too, and that's really hard. Like, even in streams and stuff, there have definitely been times where I'm like, oh, I don't really resonate with this person. But it is what it is. I think it's easier. It's definitely easier to resolve that. Oh, so sorry. Hold on. My screen is glitching. The window's a little too wide. It's harder if you're forced to work with somebody or like being in an environment with somebody. That's much harder. Online, it is awkward though. There are times where, oh my gosh, how come this window is weird? Hold on, you guys. I'm sorry. This is a little strange. We got cut off now. Can I do this? Oh, man. Okay, let me reset this. I'm sorry, you guys. Sims 3, I don't know if it's the way they, like, ported the game or I don't know what you would call it, but I tried doing full screen mode and it just didn't work. Watch this. If I do full screen, the game becomes darker. It's fine on my screen. It changes on OBS though, and I can't remember how to shift. I can't remember how to shift my mouse to the other monitor. Do y'all know how to do that? Let me see if I remember how to do that. Because if that's the case, I could keep it full screen and I could just do a lighting adjustment on the display. Give me 1 second, hold on. Okay, let me see. I gotta figure out how to do this. I remember finding the keystroke for it and I completely forgot. How do I move my mouse? None of this helped at all. It's the right question and no one's giving me the right answer. I hate when people do that. I'm like, that's not it. Okay, let me see. So, okay, someone has the same issue. Let me see. Nope. Is it escape? No. Windows escape? I don't want to close out the game by accident. That's what I'm scared of. Okay, I'm here. Right click on the empty part for the screen. Right click on the empty part. I was able to do it. Let me see. I can't even get to my other monitor because what I want to do is keep this open and then just change the light, the brightness of the main display. Let me see. I'm gonna have to guess and check, you guys. Hold on. So here we go. So I think what's gonna happen is, oh, you know what? Forget it. You know what's gonna happen is it'll be blown out and I have to remember the settings, so forget it. I'm gonna figure out something. Don't worry. Let me just go back over here. I don't really mind my my UI showing too much, but there we go. We'll leave it as that. Not the technical difficulties. I'll be right back. I'm here, don't worry. It like threw everything for a loop. Let me see. There we go. Okay. We're going to leave it like that. There, yeah. Yeah, it really just sent everything for a loop. Okay. Yay! Yeah, it's okay. There's a little bit of my monitor peeping through, but it's not a big deal. It's just with Sims 3, it doesn't window correctly, and I know there's a mod for it, but I'll have to do a little bit of research. Kitty says, wouldn't be a townie stream without some technical difficulties? Oh my god. Mm-hmm. At least there's a camera, though. At least. I do typically, I will say, and maybe this is a bit like controversial in a way, I actually do much prefer watching streamers that are live with their face showing. I've tried watching like VTubers, and unless I know the person and I've seen them before, I will usually not watch them. There's only like 1 or 2 streamers that I watch that have never showed their face, and it's just because I just like their personality so much that I think they're able to like express themselves well even without being on camera. Would I prefer for them to be on camera though? I would, you know. But I know that for a lot of people it gives them anxiety, so I understand like not wanting to be on camera, but I still prefer watching someone live, you know what I mean? It does give you a nice little sense of camaraderie, you know? Kitty says, yes, I like seeing who I'm interacting with, right? Watch them be like secretly AI in the background. Hello, I am your streamer. Welcome. Lady Oak says, The Sims 3 is so dark full screen. Yeah, right? And if there is a mod for it, I don't know about it, but I would pay for it at this part because The Sims 3 runs so much better full screen. Yeah. It didn't used to do that. I don't know why that's happening for me. But it's going to have to do for now. I do have to find... Let me see. It's got good lighting over here. I have no clue. I have no clue what I used for the school before. For some reason, I thought the school was farther back. Let me see. It just fits on the lot, though. I kind of made it to fit like that. Let me see. I can do this area, too. I might as well. Oh, fun fact, you guys. So I just found this out. I found this out maybe, like, a few days ago. And this is going to be wild, right? You guys know that I used to do voiceover work. I used to do voiceover work in college, and I did a little bit of it through COVID as well for a brief time. I do want to get back into it at some point, but it's just a hard industry to get into, and you really have to have time and energy to do it. But I found out that there was a video game. I did voiceover work for a video game back in 2015 or maybe 2014. And I'm actually officially credited as a voice actor in that game. And the game was actually launched by Adult Swim, like the Adult Swim, like on Cartoon Network. I couldn't find the clip that had my character, but I am credited as an extra voice. But yes, I am in there. I'm in the game. I looked up I did a reverse search on my name, and I was like, what is this? And I saw the credit. I was like, oh my God. I'm like, I think I remember the role, but I didn't have the context for what it was about because a lot of the information was confidential. But I was like, oh my God, like I'm actually in a game and it's by Adult Swim, or at least published by Adult Swim. I'm like, that is so cool. And the game was well received too, which was even better. So somewhere in there, I was playing like a citizen from the uptown part of the world. It was a dystopian world where there was a poor city and a rich city, and I played one of the snobby kids. I think I remember what project it could have been, but I'm not for certain it was. But I loved that. I was like, oh my God, that is so cool. I'm still in that machinima that no one's found. It's not a good performance though. The machinima that I was in was not a great performance because I was a little bit younger, but it's on YouTube somewhere still. The struggle is real, right? Lady Oak says, I struggle without my camera and then went to cam when my bro gifted me one, and now I have no cam because of the grandbaby is almost always... Oh, I see. Yeah. To keep their identity safe, right? When her parents are gone or sleeping. I see. Oh, that's tricky then. You would have to do like a green screening behind you, Lady Oaks, if you had like a green paper or roll backdrop behind you so you can be kind of segmented out. And the only way that they'd be in the frame is if someone like did something like this and they kind of like put something in front of you. That could be a way if you really want to be on camera again. The game is called Traverser, and it's about a world, I believe, where the sun... I think the sun has been, like, losing energy or something like that. So the town is very steampunk. They have a lot of the citizens in the lower city, like in the poorer city, supply energy for the town. But, of course, like, there's a huge dichotomy between, like, the low and the high class. It's very much like, you know what I mean, like, minimum wage folks versus the billionaires, right? Or the millionaires, I should say. And I play one of the citizens apparently in the wealthy area. I don't know what I say though. I don't remember what I say. I probably have the lines for it somewhere. I remember distinctly I did a project once, and I do remember playing like a preppy kid. But he said something about his father being wealthy and like buying something out. Like, it was something like, oh, my father could buy your house 3 times if he wanted to. Like, something like that. It was something very, like, stupid and snobby that only, like, a rich ass would say. My father could buy 100 yachts. You can't even afford a canoe. Lady Oak says, I'll have to wait till I can move my setup to another room, but yeah. Oh, I see. Kitty says, I'm checking out information about it right now. It sounds interesting. Yeah, it's not a long game. I've seen people play it for like, maybe like 4 hours at most. But it's like a puzzle game. It's a little, it reminded me a little bit of Little Nightmares, actually. You guys, I have no idea what I used for this. It's been very long, so I don't know what I put here. Let me see. I'm just gonna explore some options, maybe make a custom pattern. This was the, oh, that was the tile that was used in the other part of the world. I'm in other games. I know that there was another game that I provided a lot of the action sounds for. So for the character, let's say if you had a side scroller and there are things like, oh, the character jumps, right? Like, huh, huh, or like they get like, they make a hit, they make a strike with their sword. All of those action sounds like, huh, yeah, those things. I was also a voice in a mobile app, and I think it was one of those like very I don't know the words. It's a very mobile app type of game, like kind of like Candy Crush. It was one of those like very casual like matching games. I remember distinctly doing a voice that kept saying coin power. I'm trying to remember what he says. He was some kind of like he was either supposed to be a king or like some kind of little like silly deity or like mythological figure. I forget what he does, like a leprechaun kind of thing. I remember he says coin power, like coin power. It's like, ah, you got lucky. Things like that. It was a lot of fun. Oh yeah, my mom loves Candy Crush. Yeah, it was one of those games. But again, I don't know what it was. I don't know what the final project was. I used to be an AI voice for a game. So there is a game called Equitas. I think it used to be called Equitas Interstellar Risk. But now I think the game series was rebranded as Equitas Industries. And when the game launched, they used to have this interactive website, and I was the AI voice guiding the viewer through the experience. So the AI voice that I do here is the same one that I use for that. It would be like, welcome to Equitas Industries. Please, traveler, welcome in. Threat detected. It was that. It was that. I did use a filter for it, though, to make it sound more electronic. But yeah, I definitely remember that project. I don't know if they have my voice anymore, because that has been kind of like rebranded over the years. But I definitely remember seeing my voice used when the website launched. And I still have the files for it somewhere. So look at that. I was secretly part of the gaming industry, you guys. Secretly. I would have loved to do something like Date Everything, though. I think it's freaking hilarious. I would have loved to do a voice for that. You're a man of many talents. I try, kitty. I try. But yeah, something like Date Everything would have been hilarious. I was accidentally, so here's a funny story, and I don't know if I've said this before. I've told this story in the past, but I accidentally got into a role that was actually more adult, and I didn't realize it until they sent me the following script. The first script was not very bad in terms of like what was given to me. It was very PG. It was risque, but it was PG. Little did I know there was a follow-up where things got worse, and I was like, oh, I do not voice adult content. Like, I remember seeing the second script. I was like, whoa, okay. And I had to reach out and say, hey, I'm so sorry. Like, I didn't realize based on your previous script that this was going to be an adult like animation type thing. So respectfully, I'm going to have to like back out. And I told them, you know, you can obviously find another actor for the continuing scripts, and you can even remove my voice from the other ones for consistency, because obviously it's the same character, so it doesn't make sense for, you know, two different people to voice it. And they were very understanding. They had like told me up front about the nature of the project, but I didn't understand to what degree until the second script came in. Because the first script was pretty benign. It's like, it's probably something that you'd see in like a 2000s kind of like maybe like romantic comedy kind of thing with a little bit of raunch, but then the next script was like, oh no, this is adult. This was adult. Thankfully, I was a full-grown adult when I did it, but I was like, not exactly the type of work I want to be involved in. Like, it's funny to have like a flirty character, but not to that extent. No, I mean, maybe if the money got rough, kitty, but I'm trying to keep a sense of morality here. Oh my goodness. No, it was pretty explicit. I think it was bordering on like P stuff, and I was like, no. It had this story. I remember it was the story of an office siren with an intern. But again, the first script was really benign. It was kind of like what you typically expect that you'd see on TV, with kind of like the seductress character, you know, or something that you'd see in anime. I think anime is a good example, because anime does get pretty risque quite a bit. But then the other stuff, I'm like, oh no, it's very, when there's like nudity and like, you know, sexual things, I'm like, no, I'm not gonna be the voice of that, no. Especially in like stories like that, there's a lot of stories where like, is consent implied, or is it said, or is it just not consented at all? Is this supposed to be some kind of fantasy, which it probably is? And I was like, oh no, I'm not about that. Yeah, I watch a lot of anime, so I'm used to the risk. Yeah, and yeah, it can get pretty inappropriate. Especially with the whole, like, I guess the word would be, like, infantilism, if that's the right word, that happens in anime, and just, like, you know, unfortunately, like, Japanese culture, it's very unsettling, you know? I'm like, yeah, we're not gonna do that. We're not gonna do that. Try to remember my cheats correctly. There we go. Let's do it. Let's move this back, and then yeah, no. I mean, at least, like, in the script, the character I was playing was implied to be, like, a young adult. Because I think they were supposed to be, like, fresh out of college, and then the female character was probably a little older. Like, maybe, like, in late 20s, early 30s. So there's nothing of that nature, but again, it was just not, like, something, I wanted to put my voice to, you know? And I like flirty. I can be flirty in real life or in character, but just not that. There's a limit. There's a limit. Let me see. Maybe I should just do the whole thing. I'm gonna put together some better tile options, but we do need something. Do that. I'm gonna put it like right up against the building. I hate that these bricks over here, like this kind of like concrete divider, does not sit perfectly on the grid. It almost discourages you from putting hard tiles down and instead do like terrain, but honestly, I don't really want to do grass. I could technically, let me see. If I did something like this, I could do that. Because you still have the sidewalk. It's alright. It's not like what I want to do, but, you know. Let me see. That has a wraparound. Should I have made the other side larger? Maybe I should have. Let me see. It's going to eat into that a little bit, though. Let me see. We're going to make it work. I recently watched Spice and Wolf, and it was pretty good. It wasn't raunchy, which was refreshing. Like, there was tasteful nudity, but that's about it. It's an anime, I'm assuming? I read the manga ages ago. Yeah, okay. So I'm mad I took this long to watch the anime adaptation because I enjoyed it that much. I have never heard of Spice and Wolf. What is the genre exactly? Is it like realistic fiction, fantasy, horror, urban fantasy, historical fantasy? It sounds a little bit like historical fantasy to me, but I could be wrong. Spice and Wolf. I'm trying to make my way through Bleach. That's what I'm currently getting through right now. I'm going to keep a small portion of this. Night Owl, hello! We have a new setup now that I'm very happy with. You can now see chats from YouTube. So whenever I'm talking to somebody, you can actually see who I'm talking to. Right? The other thing, too, is now that my screen is the way it is, it's now unobstructed. I've moved my little video over here. Well, I guess I'm pointing the opposite direction. It's here now. It's to the right with the chat beneath it. So whenever we play, especially any kind of puzzle game, we won't have to worry about the video getting in the way. Or just any game, really, for that matter. But welcome in. I hope you're doing well. We're working on the world of Driftwood Shores, slowly but surely. I'm just fixing an alignment issue over here. I kind of like that moment, actually. Just having the one tile. Let me see. Oh, it doesn't work over here, though. Okay. It has to be something like this. That's okay. I'll still have the same thing. Then this one I don't know what to do with. Let me see. But how are you doing, Night Owl? I see you on vampire streams, right? I have a lot of friends that I remember by their username, but I sometimes forget like where they're from, like where I know them from. But I definitely know you from a simmer. Maybe you know Steph too? Simmer Down Steph, maybe? It's going well. I'm happy to be back in streaming over here. I'm so excited to have this new setup. That's my favorite thing. Like the whole like layout that we have right now. Because I can also read the chat on OBS at the same time, and I don't have to jump back between two different windows. I used to have a separate window on OBS that did have the chat combined, but it's easier here. Oh yeah, CJ as well. Tiana and Simsiga, right? They're actually streaming, or they were streaming earlier. You're everywhere, right? Yeah, okay, yeah, I remember now, because I remember Simsiga saying your name now. Yeah, okay, you're right. It's fun, we have a little community, right? Oh wait, Misty! You're also on Misty, right? Because I think I remember her saying your name. You know Misty. You probably know Misty. Oh, hey, CJ. Look at you popping on and you snuck in there. Do you like the new setup, CJ? Look at the new screen. I got everything all figured out. I got new branding. I've got the combined chat now because there have been many times where people are on like Twitch and they can't see the YouTube chatters, or they're on YouTube and they can't see the Twitch chatters. So now I've put it all together through Restream, and I redesigned the setup of the stream. So now that chat's there, I'm here on the top right portion, and then the game is no longer obstructed. Because sometimes we do like puzzle games, and then like we can't see because your camera's in the way. Or even like the UI in The Sims could be blocked sometimes, and you can't see either. Oh, you like them? I have to make new ones though. I want to animate them. I know how to animate them. I just need to put time into it. Misty? I think you know Misty. Mistyverse? Mistyverse? I almost swore. I almost said sugar honey iced tea because I broke that tile. Okay. One of these days, I kind of want to do a stream where I just swear like I normally would in real life, but I don't want to scare anybody away. What were we doing? Oh, yeah, we were fixing the alignment. Let me see, because this building is here. Yeah, okay, there it is. Let me... I almost swore again. Let me do this. I'm going to extend this area here. I think this is where it ends. Excuse me. Mistyverse sounds familiar. Curly hair? Curly light brown hair? She has like tan skin? Into the Mistyverse? You probably know her because, I mean, she's definitely, she's in, like, the circulation with all of us. Like, Tiana, CJ, Simsiga. Like, you probably know her. Cezanne, if you know him. Wait a minute, something's wrong. Why is this one so small? I gotta extend it the other way. Okay. I gotta extend it 2 more tiles. Okay. No problem. Here we go. CJ, you missed it. I was just telling, the chat earlier, I found out recently that I was actually in a video game that was published by Adult Swim. It's a really cool post-apocalyptic puzzle game that was released in 2015. And for some reason, it took so many years, but I was officially credited in the game, and I found out just a few days ago. I didn't know what the project was. I did do voiceover work back then, but because the game was still in its early development, a lot of the information was not finalized and was confidential. I've been trying to find the clip that I voiced, but I couldn't find it because I was an extra character. But it was still really cool. I saw it the other day. I was like, oh my god, what am I doing in this game? Why am I credited here? You've seen her username before, though? Yeah, because she's also in CJ and Tiana's. Yep. Right? I've been in other games. I have found other games that I've been in. But for the most part, they're hard to find because a lot of times that information is not shared with me. That's the only, like, crappy thing about it, right? I'm like, if the company's nice enough and they reach out and they're like, hey, if you want to see the final product, here it is. I've definitely been in commercials. I used to do intros for like podcasts as well, or like internet radio shows. That was quite fun. I don't know. I built this lot a long time ago, but again, I lost it. So I'm trying to recall what I did. I have no idea what I did for landscaping. We're not going to put some bamboo over here. Right? I wish I could do more. That would be so fun to do more voice acting. And no one's found the machinima. I am still on that machinima somewhere on the internet. And I know exactly what it's called and who made it, but no one's ever found it yet. A very young Towny Streams is anime cinema somewhere. I kind of like these trees. They don't quite fit the world, but maybe if I use more of them in other areas, they wouldn't feel so different. I don't know. I do like them, though. Let me see. If not... I'm sad though, because that role that I did, I was quite young, and it wasn't like my favorite performance by any means. Like, I look back at it, I'm like, oh, I could have really done better with it. I think it was when I just started voice acting though. I don't remember how old I was. I think I was like maybe in college, like just starting college or something. My character woke up wasted from a party, so that was interesting. That was something I had no experience with, and I still don't. But at least I can probably channel it better now. I can get the nuance better than the way I could do it as my younger self. We could do a few of these. Let me see. Let's definitely get some flowers in here. Oh, I'm sorry, Night Owl. That was you. I'm reading it as CJ. Well, that's dope. Well, thank you. I have like particular voices I can kind of like lock into if I were to make a portfolio per se, or like I think we would call it like a demo reel. There are certain voices that I could probably consistently do. Every voice actor has their kind of default voice acting voice that they go into. If you've ever seen any content that I think it's Tara Platt, I think is her name. Tara Platt is the voice of Edelgard in Three Houses, Fire Emblem Three Houses. She's also the voice... I don't know the character. She's like the Asian investigator in the Spider-Man video game. She has that voice that she like locks into, and when you hear it, you're like, oh, that's Tara. And every voice actor has that. And then, of course, they have voices that are more unnatural to their typical voice acting voice, and those are the fun ones, right? So let's say if I were doing a video game, I'm trying to think of a line that I can say. Trying to think of like an interesting line I could do in different voices. Throw me a line. Throw me a line, you guys. Give me a good line to voice, and I'll try to do it as different voices. If I'm thinking of like video game or like anime voice acting, give me an interesting line. Inappropriate. Might dust off the old vocal cords and get back into it. I don't know how lucky I would be to find clientele, but could be fun. Naruto? How you doing, Kakashi? Thank you for your support. The meddling kids. Ooh, Lady Oaks, they came at us out of nowhere. Ooh. They came at us out of nowhere. Let me see. I always like doing, I would love to do, and it's funny because I'm a guy, but I love like the goddess type voices. They came at us out of nowhere. And there's always those crazy anime ones that have the high voice that are kind of like, I don't know if it's nasally. Let me see. Like, they came at us out of nowhere. Like things like that. I love those. If it wasn't for these meddling kids. Yeah, Guy Sensei I think is the only one I can do. I love Orochimaru's voice though, but I can't really do a line that he does. I always remember him saying like, not my Sasuke, with the little like, oh my god, one character that I like doing is Boomhauer, but I can never think of something to say because he mumbles. So it's like you have to intentionally mumble what you're saying, but it's messy. I love a good old Texan accent. Let me see. So there's like the regular voice. Oh, there is a weird way that they have like males speak in anime, and I don't know how to describe it, you guys, but they have this weird lilt. And it's usually like the older male characters that do it, right? Because like the other ones are the younger characters are more straightforward with the way they talk, but how do the older ones talk? Guy Sensei has a little bit of a weird lilt, but let me think. Oh, I can't even think of the characters that do that lilt. It's very strange, though. It almost sounds a little bit stupid. The character seems a little bit like dumb when they do it. I don't know how to say it though. How would you voice it? Maybe this is not going to be great, you guys, but let me try to think of a line, and maybe you guys will understand. For those who watch anime, you guys might understand that there's a weird lilt that they do for older male characters in anime that makes them seem a little bit dumb or a little bit naive. How do they do it? Let me see. It's that kind of like, man, I don't know. I'm not even good at doing this voice. Let me see. It's like thing of like, oh, like how was your day, son? Did you find the potion you were looking for? And they have that weird like, you know what I mean? I don't know how to do it, but they do that a lot for the males, the older males. Especially if you're like in your 40s or 50s or beyond, they have that weird lilt thing going on. For certain characters. Obviously the serious ones, they sound badass, but for like the very like townsfolky or like suburban type of characters, they have that weird thing going on. I know they do it, I just can't think of an example. The old male voices usually sound more similar. They speak very roundly. Yeah, like rolling everything. How you doing, sport? Wow, that kid's got some power. You're gonna grow up to be as strong as him one day. It's round, it's rolling. Everything's like rolling in your throat. It's very back of the mouth centric in terms of like how you have to roll those words. You can't enunciate from the tip of your tongue or the front of your mouth. That's a little trick that I learned just kind of out of practicing. If you want to enunciate better or sound higher pitched or more feminine, you have to work the front of your mouth. It sounds very strange. If you want something that's more garbled or deeper or more masculine, you have to work from the back and try to do most of your enunciation from your throat, which is really, it sounds weird, but I promise it works. Jiraiya Sensei, well, he got a little bit, Jiraiya definitely doesn't sound, because that actor is everywhere. I was actually listening, I was watching Bleach, and I'm like, oh, he's one of the Soul Reapers. He doesn't quite have that roundness. He's got a little bit more of that, like, scruff to his voice. It's a good voice. But it's not like, it doesn't have that roundness that Kitty says that makes it a bit more caricatured. It's the same, it's kind of like the opposite side of the way they do, like, anime girls, like Hinata, for example, who's very, like, hyper feminine, but it sounds very forced. Like, oh, Naruto, I cannot be here without you. And it's like very, like, who talks like that, right? It's like, nobody talks like that. How you doing there, sport? Wow, that kid's got a lot of power. He's really mastered his chakra. Nobody talks like that. Oh my god, it's great. Those type of voices are so jarring, right? And that other like that evil nasally thing is everywhere now. Now that I watch anime, like I was watching Bleach, and there's that Soul Reaper that has black and white on his face, the weird mask, and I'm like, he sounds just like a character that's in Naruto with that whole like that sibilant, somewhat nasally voice.
Ah, he's been on to us the whole time. We have to rethink our plans. Otherwise, this will all be in vain.
Right? There's a lot of them that talk somewhat like that, especially the ones that are villains or the ones that are supposed to be more eclectic. Yeah. Oh, I like Lady Tsunade's voice. In English? Like in American English? I don't know. Oh my god. Sakura, whoever did Sakura, like she's a good voice actress, but the way she would say Naruto was so funny. Because she would say it very Americanized. Like I'm not gonna say like Naruto in a great accent, right? Like the closest thing you're gonna get is like probably Sasuke's version, or it's like Naruto, like that. But she'd be like, "Oh, Naruto," and she forces the toe at the end. I'm like, oh, could we dull the vowel out just a little bit? She would respectfully be the type of person to be like trying to speak Spanish, and she would be like, "Como está usted?" Like very sharp and blunt, like an American would say it, right? It's like, just dull the vowel, girl, just a little bit, just a little bit. Like I know no one's expecting for it to sound like perfect Japanese. I'm not going to be able to do it, but let's try not to be so Americanly blunt on the words, especially given that you are doing an anime that is based on Japanese culture with Japanese names. I don't really know why they didn't inform the voice actress to do that. And I guess they thought it was funny because I guess she's supposed to look more American, or like chastise him with that funny way of saying his name. But then when you compare it to like Sasuke or Kakashi or Jiraiya or like or Tsunade, you're like, why is she saying it so like poorly? You know what I mean? Like she's saying it like a foreigner who's just not great at getting the inflection right when she's supposed to be part of that world. It's very strange. Oh no, Kitty. I recently watched the English dub of Ghost Stories and I couldn't help laughing at the voice acting. Yeah, some of the dubbing's really bad in some animes. She's a great actress. She really is a great actress. It's just her enunciation on Naruto's name was very strange. And it happened quite often. Even Ino's voice actress did it better. Yeah, I never had a problem with the way she would say it. Oh, we're working on the school. This is like the little private school in the richer part of town. I'm just doing some landscaping for it. I'll be right back, you guys. I have to run my, I gotta run my dryer again. I have like these large comforters and my webcam froze. Oh no, let me know, you guys. My webcam does freeze sometimes because of my poor connection here. Give me 1 second. There we go. All right, I'll be right back. I gotta run my dryer once more. Oh, goodness. Okay. Well, I will probably have to be back and forth between this and my dryer because a little bit soaking wet over here. I have the luxury of having a lovely blanket that is a sponge for water. I don't know if you guys have ever had that problem, and I love that blanket. I use it as my comforter, but my goodness, it doesn't properly drain. Whenever your washing machine would typically do the spin cycle to kind of remove the excess water, the water just holds onto it like a sponge, so much so that there was actually water coming out of my dryer. So I tried my best to manually wring out the water, at least some of it, but it's going to take several cycles. I might have to stop periodically to try and strain out more of the water and then continuously put it back into my dryer. It's a nightmare. Again, I love that blanket, but I don't know why. It just holds on to so much water, and I don't know what to do. It's not even that thick at all. But, oh well. Yeah, there's very easy, like a full bucket of water in that blanket. They do, right? Oh, hello. Sissing Lee, hello, hello. But yeah, no, it's wild. My goodness. I don't enjoy it. But yeah, that's why I'm all wet, because I was just taking it like this and like squeezing it. I'm like, it was a good workout, but damn, like I was trying to hold up the blanket. And that thing probably weighed close to like 40 pounds with all the water in it. I'm like, geez, like, like I'm strong, but like trying to hold that blanket and like squeeze it, I'm like, this is just something. So I just took it all in chunks and just kind of like bear hugged it to try and get the water out, because there was just no other way. I know for a fact it's not going to be dry after that. I'm going to have to go and wring it out again. It's the only way. And my sheets can't even dry because of that either. So that's fun. And it's strange because I have another blanket that's the same size. It's actually thicker and has wool, but it doesn't have that issue. It doesn't have that issue at all. What I might have to do is I might have to just put the blanket back in the washer, but just on the spin cycle to try and remove the water. The only bad thing is, because we're on stream, you might hear the blanket hit the drum as it circulates. So that's the only thing I'm a little bit worried about. I would do it like if I wasn't on stream, but it might be a little bit of a racket. So just a little heads up there, just in case it does happen. Kitty says, been there. Who knew washing and drying could be such a messy business, right? In theory, I would put it outside, but I would have to wipe down my chairs, my lawn chairs, if you will, in the patio. And that's not really what I want to do, because I know that there is like dust and pollen, so it would dry better outside, but then it'll just kind of like dirty itself in its own way, if that makes sense. So I have to leave it in there. It's too heavy to put on the shower rod. That thing's gonna fall down. Yeah, we will have parking spots. There will likely be some, probably on this lot. I think the main thing is that this is like the rich part of town, so everything is within walking distance, more or less. But yeah, we didn't have room for it on this build. We will do it probably on this lot. This lot will have the gymnasium and the pool. I'm just trying to come up with something for this area here. I wish there was a way to turn off the grid completely. I can't really do that here. But yeah, my vision for it, if I were to start working on it now, let me see. Because I did have to plan this out. This is not residential. This is going to be either a pool or a gym, and I'm not sure which it should be. Because it will have both. I guess we'll do pool first. Let me see. I'm going to plan this out. Kitty says, I don't know about anyone else, but I personally don't care if I hear washing machine. Oh, okay. It may come down to that at some point. Oh. Hold on, hold on. I gotta get rid of this because the school is connected, so it doesn't need another wall there. Where am I situated? Okay, I'm like, where do I sit to be in the center? Where do I sit to be in the center of my camera? So we can do this. Oops. I can probably do one here. Let me see, just a little divot, but it'll open up this way. And then now, we're gonna have it lead into the back. Is this the one I used? It is, okay. We'll do something like this. Five, okay. Actually, wait. No, because this has the parking place. Okay. This one has the parking place, so... This is the one I used in the other world. Let me see. I feel like this world should have a different parking, though. I could use this again. Okay, let me see how big the parking lots are. Nope. Okay. Ooh, that is very hard to see. I don't know why. all the lines going through are like throwing me off. Let me see, hold on. Masonry. Could do like... Ooh, I don't mind that actually. A nice brick, and I can do other lines later. I'm gonna be a little bit asymmetrical with this. I don't want to do like the entrance right in the middle. I'm gonna have it be a little bit off to the side. So we'll potentially have lots of parking here. Could do a hedge. Let me see. Do little hedge. And I do want some other kind of tile going through. I could use the same ones that were used over there, actually. Let me see. Let me see. I do like... Was it this one? Yep. Hold on. I think this should have a bigger area next to it. Put in those parking lines. Okay, I didn't space it out correctly. My bad. Okay. Let me get rid of these. I'm going to double check something because I had parking over here and I want to make sure that the sizing is consistent. They're 3 spaces wide. And then over here, they're also 3 spaces wide. Okay. There we are. Okay. Trying to think if we need the lines, though. Do we like the lines? I do use them for Like the wheelchair parking? Let me see. Just to divide this out. One, two, three, four, five, six, and then maybe one over here. And I'll do this. And place this one over here. Okay. Oops. Okay, and then we can have the entrance over there. Probably should like put one more on the other side too. Let me see. Okay. Let me map out the pool. It's going to be primarily like an athletic center, so I definitely want to make sure that is emulated as well. Let's see. Tiling there. I want to match the building. Let me see. Did have like a little tiny bit of like a boardwalk situation. Let me see. It's not a boardwalk. The wooden boards. Ooh. Now my camera bumping on out. I don't know why it's so finicky today. There. All right. I'm here. Pool might be a little bit too big. Let me see. Knock it out by 4. One here. One here. In theory, it would be good to have some facilities as well, like some kind of bathroom or something here. Again, it's not meant to be a recreational pool per se. It can be, but it can also be more like athletic, I guess. Let's do that. Get that laid down here. I forget if we have diving boards. Let me see. We have slides. Okay, that's not quite what I'm looking for. Oh, we do have it. We do have it. Okay, perfect. This is good. Something like this. I don't think we have anything to put, like, up there. Take a little waterfall moment. Let me see. Still should be bougie. Seekingly, is that you? Is that you, CJ? Because I see like the username change, but I can't tell. If I remember correctly, the pool lot type will draw on outdoors types and families versus the gym will do athletic sims. Okay, I see. I mean, I think both work. I think it's more fun to see like the pool in action, so I think that'll be the preferred lot type, which I do have it set currently. Let me see if I can put in facilities though. Yeah, hold on one sec. I should have made this a little bit longer this way. What? Hold on. Work with me, Fountain. I'm going to put the bathrooms behind the diving boards. I think that'll make more sense. So let me delete that. Go ahead and put them back in. All right, that works. Okay. Here we are. Whoa, we're lagging a little bit. I'm like thinking about the entrance now, you guys. I'm thinking not the entrance, but like the border over here. I still want that opened up. Let's see. I can put the bathrooms in though. Oh, okay. They can't be part of the wall. Let me see. Oh, I can't go to the edge. Okay, makes sense. It's like Sims 4. You can do 2 of these. What I'm gonna do is I'll put a wall between them, and there'll be a trash can there. Maybe even maybe a partial wall. Let me see. Yeah, that looks good. There'll be a trash can there with the bathrooms. That would actually be good because it'll prevent people from getting in the way. It'll have to like wrap around that way a little bit. Keep the bathrooms private. What kind of roof do we got? It's like a hipped roof, I think. Let's see. So we'll do that. Okay. So one thing I don't like about Sims 3, you have to kind of guess. You have to guess the height. It's very arbitrary, but they're pretty close. I think this one's a tad too tall. Okay. Now we have to match. We're going to match the roof type of the building over here. If I'm not mistaken, oh, this one's quite close. I do like that. We're also going to match the brick, so this is going to be quite fun. Let's see what we got over here. What we got for some bricks? Ooh, those are kind of wild. This one? Here it is, masonry. Okay. I think this is closest in style. This one? Okay, here we go. This is the challenging part. We're gonna have to sample the wall. Let's see. Well, we can't even sample it, but we'll have to mirror the other wall as best as possible. Kind of got like a very light slate blue, almost like a periwinkle. Let's see. I'm gonna do this first. Not too bad. They're all different colors though, which is a little frustrating. Let's see. That looks closer because I think the tones are more homogeneous. Let's do this. And the grout, I guess you'd call it, is a little bit darker. Okay, not bad. What do we think? I think it's a pretty good match. I think that's probably the closest we're going to get. The side masonry, though, looks a bit warmer. Something like this. Yeah, I think that's actually closer. This actually looks closer than what I had previously. Right? It's pretty close, considering there's not like an easy way to do this. The only other thing is that I have to include versions for the other wall, the other direction. Let me see. So we got that. This one, that's gonna have no accent. This one, oops. That one. Okay, so now we have this. Wait a second. Wait. This one. There we go. Nope, wrong one. Take that. Drop in the whole palette. All right, here we go. Lovely. Yep, I missed a few walls. That's okay. Got one over here. That one. This one. There's a lot I missed. Okay, so that one has this one here. I think it's this one. Nope. This one has this one here. And then we need a swatch that's just brick, so it'll be this one here. There we go. Okay, we got like all the alternations in place. Okay. It's coming together. It's coming together. All right. Sample this. Got our wall divider. I gotta change the top portion. I might just make that brick. Let me see. That's wall. What we got it going on over here? Sample that, and then sample this. Oop, and there's another one. Wait, what? This one's a regular wall. Okay, that should be everything. It's a little confusing, but we got it. I'm gonna fix this. We're gonna close the gap over here. Oops. Redraw the fencing. There we go. Alright, got the bathrooms in place. I do want some trees though, because there's like no cover over here at all. So maybe I do something here. Oops. Give ourselves some little tree moments, and I can't recall which trees I used, so let's see. I gotta like wait for the game to catch up. It enters that phase of like, all right, I'm slowing down. All right, we got the taller trees. We got like the thicker oaks, I guess. Let me see. I do want something with a good amount of height. Not that dramatic though. Let's see. Palm trees don't make sense here. It's not quite the right flora. Not that. The problem is I like a tree that's full, but I want it to kind of lift off the ground a little bit higher so we don't have a lot of clipping, you know? This tree is huge. Let me see. Sometimes we can get a different sizing on it, but not quite. Let me see. Too small. I feel like that one's not too bad. Let me see, because we got like more of these like pine evergreen trees, but I don't think that's quite the right look. Not the fantasy ones. These are shrubs, so they're going to be too small. Okay. There's got to be something here. Damn. This is one of those classic moments of I know what I want, but it's either not here or it's just not really configuring itself very easily. I honestly don't even mind that too much. Are you playing with EIG? What's EIG? Debug? I'm not sure. EIG. EIG. What is that? You know, something graphics, enhanced integrated graphics or something? I don't know. Edit in-game mode. Oh, okay. So that has not worked. That has not worked for me in a very long time. So what's happening is I had to export a version of this world, install it in the game, and build the lots. And then once I'm finished with the lots, I'm putting them back in my library, and then I'll be placing them in. It just doesn't work otherwise. Like if I was in a creative world, I see what you mean. I wish it worked. I wish it worked. At least though, I can test. I can test the Sims. I can test the lots with the Sims here. And I apologize, S. Singley. I thought you were Seekingly, as in CJ. His username looks very similar, but yours almost looks like an abbreviated version. Do you enjoy Sims 3 as well? I feel like I've seen you around. Probably in other streamers. Okay, let me see. We also have new lots, by the way, for you guys that are here. We do name the lots after viewers. So we do have the lot that is the private school over here available, and then this pool will be also open for a name as well. I do like these trees. I never use them, but I think they actually work here. It's a little tiny bit of clipping, but might be able to get away with it. Yes, I play Create a World, so I was excited to see someone streaming it. Oh, lovely. It's kind of Create a World. I did stream on my old channel. I did stream the building of the world, as in like the terrain sculpting and the roads. But now I'm building the lots. I have to make a few edits in the actual world file, but it was really close to being done. The lots are the huge undertaking, though. It makes me sad that the Sims 3 community is very small. The only way you can kind of the only way you can expose people to Sims 3 is almost doing a little bit of a bait and switch where you have to play other games and be like, oh, we're going to do like some Sims 3 today, you know? I haven't streamed, funny enough, Sims 4 in a very long time, especially with everything that happened with EA and the game. Now that Paralives is coming out, I'll probably be switching back and forth between Sims 3 and Paralives. I will definitely stream Sims 4 again. I'm not sure what. I was doing the World from Keys delivery service, so there's probably that That's probably going to be the main focus as well. There we go. But yes, I love Sims 3. Sims 3 is my favorite for like gameplay. I really enjoy it. Building is more limited, but because of the graphics and the color wheel, I really enjoy it. It does still feel very realistic, even though the game is quite old. It's getting old. Give me 1 second. I'm actually going to use the restroom. I'll be right back, you guys. Okay, we're back. I'm still covered in water from my blanket debacle. I have a rogue king-size blanket that I'm trying to wash, and it just won't, how do I say it? The blanket's just too absorbent, and I had to run it. I'm gonna have to run it multiple times in the dryer because it's soaking wet, and I tried to wring it out as best as I could. I had like water all over me, but hopefully it'll do its job. With enough cycles, it will hopefully be dry. All right, let me see what's going on here. So we got the entrance. I could do more tile here. Let me see. I want to see if there's like enough room to create a spot to lay out on, perhaps? Maybe. We'll see. Ooh. I have an idea. Hold on. what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna try to intertwine the shrubs with the fencing. Oh, crap. Hold on. Nope. Nope. Didn't want to listen. There we go. I'll just redraw it. So I'm going to do this. I'm going to have a part of the wall here. Maybe up to about this point. I'll have a wall that goes maybe over here. I don't like this moment, though. Let me see. Let me redraw that. Oh, it doesn't matter. Okay, fine, fine. We'll end it prematurely there. Okay, now we can use the shrub. Let me see. I don't think the shrub is here at all. So, let's do this. I think this will work quite well. Yeah, I don't mind that. The other thing I could do is use shrubs instead. Let me see. Oh, that's too large. It would have to be this one. I think it works, though. I wish the green was less vivid, though. I think it makes it feel a little bit less realistic, but we can't always get what we want, right? And then I can mirror it up there. We'll do one right here. I'll do a little bit of a divot in here. Let me see. 1, 2, 3. I think 3 is good. 1, 2, 3. All right. These are 3 wide. 1, 2, 3. That is so cute. I love the different fencing. Oh, I appreciate that. No. I appreciate that, though. Yeah, I wanted to give it... I really enjoy having landscaping, and I didn't want it to be like a sterile just wall going through. And I think we're back to the 1, 2, 3. 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Hold up, something's wrong. I did something wrong. What's wrong here? I went too far over here. It's like something is off. Let me see. Yeah, I went too far. Okay, let me rebuild. I think it was just this one. Okay. Wait, what? Hold on. That's trippy. This one's wrong too. Okay. There. There we go. Okay, I think I got it now. It's a little trippy. By the way, you guys, let me know if we do get stuck in ads. I don't really have a lot of subscribers, so I imagine that the ads will be kind of there, will be present. Oh my goodness, thank you, Night Owl. If you're still here, I appreciate the sub. I didn't even realize you subbed. I spoke too soon, but thank you for that. I appreciate it. Making sure I didn't miss any redeems, because those are the things that I usually miss. Okay. Let me see. All right, so there's that. I kind of like that this is a wood structure and then it blends into that area. I will definitely change the pool, though. I don't like the pool area. This is also bothering me. I really don't like this area back here. And how there's just no windows, there's no door. I can cover it up. Let me see. I'm probably gonna cover it up with some tall, like, cypress trees. Let me see. Save for good measure, because we don't want this crashing on us. I don't know when this world's gonna get done, you guys. This is gonna be like years and years later. But we're gonna do our best. We're gonna do our best with it, right? Let me see. Maybe I'll do this. Peel that away. I don't want to put any subway stations in the world. Like, I do like the subway stations a lot, but they just don't make sense. Especially in a mountain. How would that even work? How would a subway station work here? It's not on a mountain, and then there's like a very low land. It would have to like be dug into the mountain. I'm trying to think too realistically about this to justify putting in a subway station, but that's okay. The island is not that large. They can drive or ride a bike. Some of these should be all right. These are this, but different trees over here. Okay. I could reuse these. We're gonna reuse it and we'll be fine. Oh, different sizes. Okay. I'm so sorry, you guys. I hate that that keeps going like that. Sure. Leave me alone, please. Leave me alone, iPad. You're just here as another display. All right. I forget, SS Singly, if there's a way to flip through sizes without having to place it down multiple times. I'm pretty sure there's a way, but I don't recall how to do that. That's a little better. Let me put some flowers down here. I should also do... Hello, Amazon. Hello, welcome. And we have a new setup, too. So now you can actually see the chat. You can see the chat for anybody that's on YouTube and chats with us. You can actually talk with them there, and they'll be able to see your messages as well. So I'm happy about that. I think this setup, what do you think? Does the setup look more professional? I think it looks more professional. Just a little bit. It matches my YouTube branding better as well. I changed my branding a little bit, especially with what's been happening with EA and just wanting to do more variety stuff. I did do a little bit of an overhaul. So it's a little less, actually, to a big extent, it's less sim related. The original branding that I have for the channel was much more tied specifically to The Sims 4, but now it feels more disconnected from that. Not completely, but to a good extent at least. But I'm doing well. I'm just building my world here. I'm doing some laundry on the side. I had a rogue blanket that refused to dry, and it's pretty much a sponge of water, and the only way I can get it to dry is if I have to periodically wring out the blanket manually and then just keep popping it back in the dryer. So I'm like partially drenched by the blanket. But it always happens. It's my favorite blanket too, but it just doesn't cooperate. Were you in May's stream today? I think I missed you. I don't think I saw you in May's stream. We had a heckler today. It was wild. I wish. That's mostly a Sims 4 thing with the sizing tools. Yeah. I just want like an option that lets us cycle through them, you know what I mean? So like joop 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 joop, like if it just kind of like switched sizes on the screen versus manually placing it down each time. I want to ask something, but I'm not going to. It would be mean. Oh no, what happened? I'm just going to say yes, everything looks great. Oh, you don't like something? I was there working and lurking a bit, but I was there. I heard some kind of commotion. Oh, yeah, yeah. Yeah, there was somebody that was making some weird comments about the way May was dressed, and they said something very inappropriate about something that was happening with their partner. I think they were just a troll, though, or either that or they were a little mentally unhinged. But it was something. It was like, it was weird, but we kind of like laughed it off, but it was a little concerning for a second. I look pocket size. I am in fact pocket size in real life. So that's not wrong. Let me see. I gotta put a border there. It's part of my charm. Or at least I try to make it part of my charm. Let's see. Okay. So there's that. And then we'll put it back into place. Wait a minute. Hold on. I'm too close. Okay, I gotta pull this back. Was it like this? I'm trying to remember how it was. It looks better. I think it looks better than just having nothing there, right? It was very awkward. I don't know. Why did they not put windows here? Like, the back of the building looks so weird. There should be an exit. Like, in theory, if this building was up to fire code, there would be doors here. I would have seen, like, a door. I would have imagined they would have, like, 2 windows and the door here, a double door. Yeah, I heard May talking about her dresses and tops, and basically it's something like, if you don't like it, don't look, and somewhere else that was what you're looking for. Yeah, it was strange. Like, they were telling her to, like, cover up because she had, like a dress that was, like, lower on the chest. It wasn't an inappropriate dress, but I think they were just being a troll. It was very strange. But they told her, like, she looked beautiful, and then they said something about something I'm not going to say on stream. They mentioned a certain part of their partner's body, and it was like, okay, no, this is very inappropriate. It was very, very strange. They were saying something sexual, and we had, I think Sheffy was the one that blocked them out. It was also strange because the way that they were texting, it seemed like either English wasn't their first language, they may have had some kind of impairment, or both. So that made me even more confused. I was like, I don't know if they're not communicating something right. But then when they mentioned that other thing, I was like, oh, forget it. They said something very inappropriate about their partner's body, and that was enough to be like, okay, that's no. Like, we talk about pretty, like, adult topics, but that was, like, clearly something that should not have been brought up in the chat. Yeah, that was an experience. You know what? While I'm here... let me see. Let's put some picnic tables. Let me do that. I think that'll be a good addition over here. I've seen many guys talking inappropriately to female streamers. Yeah. Yeah, it does happen. Sadly, there will always be creeps and trolls on the internet, right? And it's really like, how do I say it? Like, most streamers are here for a good time, right? Like, there are some streamers that are very strict in terms of what you say to them. If they're trying to be really, like, if they're trying to be, like, rated G or, like, rated E for everybody, there are some streamers that are really hard on that stuff. But to be honest, like, most of the streamers I watch, like, most of the streamers I watch, they will swear. Or they will, like, make, like, funny, like, sexual jokes or innuendos. But it's very, like, PG-13 at worst. You know what I mean? So, like, for a lot of people, like, there is, like, a threshold of what you can say that is very like silly or on the nose, but there are people that either don't know that line or clearly know what the line is and just are there to cause problems. And I think that was that person. There is still a chance, though, that that person did need some kind of help. And not help as in based on what they were saying, but more so of like because of how unhinged it was. It sounded like they might have a mental health struggle or something. But it's very hard to tell. We can't see them in person. We don't know their life. Just by the way they were speaking, it did seem very inappropriate and kind of troll-like. So we try to like reason with them and kind of try to like, hey, did you really mean to say that, or are you meaning to say something else? And it just didn't go anywhere. It happens though. And then there's me, who is just perpetually gently thirsty. That's fair. I play flirt sometimes too. All right. I think something like this is good. I do want to create some kind of maybe like a flower box or something. I'm not sure. Let me see. Oh, this is a school. Playground. I could do playground equipment. I don't. It's a very weird layout because it's very narrow, but I think we can make it work. Kitty, if someone is acting up, I usually spam them with tomato emojis. Get out of here! Throw the tomatoes over, right? River says, I endeavor to find the line but not cross it, right? Yeah. I have definitely flirted with people in chat before, but not anything that would be like super inappropriate. It's like throwing a wink or something, right? But I was being silly with someone earlier in May's stream where they were talking about, well, they're in a similar boat to me where we're both like in dating culture, and they found somebody that they were really attracted to, but they kind of got dumped. And I'm not like officially with anybody right now. I'm dating, but not serious. And as a joke, I said something like, hey, you know, if all else fails, and I had an emoji that had like eyes that were kind of like that. It was of a little like chibi oxalotl though, so it was really cute, funny. It wasn't like a creeper face. And they laughed. They didn't get it at first, but then they were actually like entertained by it, of like, ooh, like it was pretty funny though. But I know that they're playful like that. Like, you have to be... That's a tricky thing, you guys. It's a tricky thing with socializing with people. You really have to understand someone well to know, like, what resonates with them and what won't, right? Like, I'm not going to go up to everybody and make that comment. Some people will be very offended or creeped out, right? And I was very bad at that as a teenager. I'm a very, like, witty, silly person, but I'm also very blunt and forward with how I feel and think, and that doesn't always go over well, even if I don't have bad intentions. You know what I mean? It really is a matter of like reading the room and knowing the person, and then you can know when to say that kind of thing or stuff like that. I think May has an axolotl browse emote too. That's the one I used. That's the one I used, like the little pink one. Yep, I've said not so great things as a teen, maybe not many great things. Felt that, buddy, right? Yeah. I left a stream for a long time that I used to follow, and it was definitely my fault. There was another streamer here that I won't say the name of, but they were another graphic designer in real life. And I happened to find, without, like, just on a whim, I thought, like, oh, I'd be curious to, like, to see their work. and I knew their real name. I knew like what country they lived in, and I just like happened to search it up. And, you know, honest to goodness here, I was not trying to like scour the earth for this person. I just said, oh, you know, like it would be interesting if I could find their work. Let me just like type their name and where they live. I knew the country because I'm like, I don't expect to find someone if all I have is a generic first name and a country. I never expected to find them pair it with their profession. So I'm like, hey, let me just like type it in for a quick search, and if it comes up, cool, and if not, I'm like, like maybe I'll ask them if they want to share like their work privately with me. But I found it like very quickly. It came up very quickly, which I'll get to that part next, but it came up, and then I made this stupid decision of going on their stream and telling them, oh, hey, I found like your work and I really enjoyed it. And they thought that I was talking about their game or like whatever they were building in the game. But I said, no, like what you do in real life. And I guess because of the way I was saying it, because I was being a little silly, like, oh, hey, I found like you have a really cool stuff. Like, that's awesome. But I was doing it in kind of like a silly way. And I guess they were fearing that I was going to expose them. Like I was going to like type out their website or their name, and they actually blocked that message. They removed it. And then when they went on break, they reached out to me, and they were really nice, but I felt awful because they're like, oh my God, they said, you know, I'm so sorry. Like, when you mentioned that, I kind of panicked. I was kind of like worried that they didn't say that I would out them per se, but I guess they were more preoccupied with the aspect of somebody knowing their identity. And that's when I told them, you know what, like, I'm sorry, that was not the place to do that. I was just genuinely curious because you talk a lot about what you do and we have a very similar career. I just happened to find your work on a whim. And I told them, I said, you know, if there's any like productive thing to get out of the conversation is just know that people can find you very easily. And this person has a pretty good following and a very common name that if you put their name in, their country, and just graphic design as a profession, they're like on the first page. And she pretty much said like, oh, you know, she's like, I really appreciate it. She's like, I didn't mean to come across as like rude or trying to shame you for it. She's like, I just got uncomfortable with that idea of someone knowing who I was, and I've had concerns over privacy in the past. But she's like, she kind of laughed and she's like, well, she's like, I guess Google did too good of a job because it was so easy to find me. She's like, I'm gonna be more mindful now of that, because she's very cautious with her presence, whereas like I am. But I guess at the same time, like if someone found out, I wouldn't be devastated unless someone tried to actually like stalk me or something, which unfortunately is the case. And I think as a woman, I know that's also a lot scarier, especially with the culture of like, you know, creepy men making lewd comments and things like that. I definitely did not have any intention of that to her, as I was just talking about her career. But I realized it just wasn't the place for it. Nobody said anything in chat. Like, I was not like shamed or anything like that. I just know that I made her very visibly uncomfortable. So I'm glad that she reached out and we patched that up. I decided not to go back on the stream for a while, but then recently returned, and then everything has been fine ever since. So, it was a little blunder on my part. That was probably the worst blunder I've had in years. But yeah, that was an interesting time. I felt bad for it, and that's why I didn't return to stream for like a whole year. And I used to be a regular on their stream too. But they never brought it up. I never brought it up, and it was like water under the bridge. But it happens. I'm sure we all have made poor choices, and sometimes the things we say are like, it's not the right time, wasn't the right person, the right moment to say it, or maybe not in the best way, right? Okay, I want something here though. This is very barren. I think what I want to do is take this, just make some kind of flower bed. And then I'll definitely recolor these because these are very, very vibrant. It's like, give us pumpkin orange, and they did. Let me see. But yeah, no, if you're still here, River, oh yeah, I was terrible at that as a teenager. I got into a lot of trouble. Funny enough, like not with authorities, not with teachers, not with administration. I got in trouble with other people, like other classmates. I had a horrible mouth on me in terms of like things like gossip and like rivalries and taking sides. I was all up in that stuff, and really stupidly too. I was not somebody that like, I don't know. I was not somebody that had like the sway. Oh, let me see. Hello, hello? Maybe because I'm stepping away from it or something. I can't hear my own mic. Kitty, if you're here, how's the mic? Does it sound like it usually does, or did it drop? I'm trying to see why that's happening. Mic's on. I'm up close. The gain filter is still here to my knowledge. Let me see. Yeah, the gain's still on. Might have temporarily disconnected. My laptop's been really bad at that lately. But yeah, no, I was very bad as a teenager with that stuff. I learned very quickly to watch my words. And also not get involved. Okay. It might have been like a slight disconnect for a second. But yep, that was definitely my downfall. And I think the horrible thing too, and I'm not proud of it growing up, I was definitely a person that, how do I say it? There are times where I was definitely more nosy than I should have been. And I was not good at keeping secrets. I was just chronically bad at keeping secrets. To this day, I still am, in a way. But for things that are very serious, I will not. If someone tells me, keep this a secret, I will not tell a soul. I will not tell a soul. If you tell me to keep it a secret or keep it a promise that I won't say anything, I will definitely honor that. That's never something I go back on. But in general, I have a hard time with keeping information to myself. And I think it's like the anxiety of having information, especially information that could be important or is very heavy to hold onto, if that makes sense. Unfortunately, some of it is just gossip, which is bad on my part, right? Because I think all of us have like those moments where we're like, oh, I just want to share this with somebody because it's so funny or it's so interesting or weird. But in reality, you need to have more of a filter. You need to have more, what's the word? Discretion, right? I was not good at that as a teenager. Anything that I felt that was personal or thought, I would voice out, and I would do the same with other people's as well. So that definitely led to a lot of broken friendships and arguments for obvious reasons. Then again, there were also teenagers that shouldn't be sharing certain things because things travel, like words travel, so wasn't wise either. It's messy. But at least I can say I was very young and I learned from it, right? Kitty, I once figured out the real identity of an ASMR YouTuber I watched because we happen to be in the same art group on Facebook. Funny that you mentioned that, Kitty. And I can't remember who it was. I did also find out another ASMR because I think they were a content creator in like 2 different ways. So they did ASMR. And I think they did either they did ASMR and they did something else. Like, let's say they had a cooking channel or they were like a fine artist. I found them, and I know exactly who it is. I know the name now. I know the channel. I don't even know if I want to admit it though, because there's some questionable things on that channel in terms of like some of it's being a little too risque. But I remember the channel. I remember them from that channel. And then I remember seeing them somewhere else. I'm like, oh my God, you're the same person. And I think they did art. They did like art on Instagram or something. And nobody made the connection. And I was sitting there like, this is the same person. I know their face. I definitely know their face. And they may have used a portion of their name in it. But I was like, oh, that's very strange. I almost don't want to know that this was the same person. Because the content they made, some of it was weird. Like weird in the sense of like, there are a lot of people who do ASMR for like sensual things, which like to an extent can be okay, like little play flirt, but some of it gets to like P level, like, And then when I found out, I was like, oh man, like I can't mentally disconnect the two now because I see like this amazing art. Wait a minute, hold on, I'm sorry. I'm trying to remember what they did. I know what they were. They were, I mean, for lack of a better term, they were a witch. They were a witch. That's what they were. They did ASMR, and they were a witch or like a self-proclaimed witch that were doing like, I don't know if they were doing like love spells or something. I think I came across them because of my work on TikTok. It wasn't Instagram. It was TikTok then. They did have a certain art that they did, but I can't remember what it was. They would market it on the same page as their like witchcraft. They work specifically with like love spells, and I'm like, oh well, of course you do because you have so much content that is like very like overly sexualized in your ASMR. But when I found that out, I was also thinking, wait a minute, to what extent are you like? I mean, because there are people like in any faith or spirituality that don't always use their gifts or their energies in the best way. So I'm looking at it like, wait a minute, are you doing something to people with your ASMR if you proclaim to be a witch and your focus is on love magic and like casting spells, but then you have that channel? I was like, I remember that's what it was. I found that out and I was like, oh, I don't like this. I'm like, maybe this is all benign, but I don't like that connection. I feel like there's something wrong there. Oh, Smiley, thank you for the raid. I'm so sorry. We're having a completely different discussion. Welcome. I'm so sorry. We're having a completely different discussion here. We were talking about essentially finding the identities of people online in real life. Sorry about that. I was talking about a very weird experience where I knew this ASMR artist, and I happened, because I do tarot readings on TikTok, I do tarot readings for charity on TikTok, and I have a lot of spiritual friends. I happened to be recommended this creator who was doing love spells and love magic, and they had a shop for their work as well. But when I saw them, I'm like, wait a minute, you're the guy that does ASMR on YouTube. And the weird part was like their content became very over sensualized on their ASMR. And then I was like, wait a minute, but you do the love spells and this ASMR. I'm hoping you're doing it with good intentions. Are you trying to like entrance your viewers or something? But moral of the story is things can get very awkward if you have found the real identity of someone online. You're living for the tea. Okay, wonderful. We have a lot of tea here. But yeah, that was an experience. I have actually had a couple people that learned who I was. There have been a couple people. There was actually somebody that lives very close to me that was a viewer, and they know who I am in real life. And somebody else that managed to like put the pieces together. But they've been like really respectful in terms of obviously not giving out that information, right? And I think, you know, especially you being a fellow streamer, I think most of us who do content creation, there's always that worry, right, of keeping your identity a secret or being worried about um, people that are not respectful of that, you know? Oh, you did as well. Okay. My Instagram is very work related. It's all of my like art and design stuff, so it doesn't have a lot of actually no, it doesn't really have anything personal on it. But it's still part of real life me, right? Oh, you're okay. I'm gonna get back to you. Let me see. So River says, I had a massive crush on a member of college faculty years ago. Oh, and asked one of his colleagues about him. I'm in a very old-fashioned, unaccepting area. It's only recently that everyone has become more open to any people who are less normal, anyone colorful or LGBT. His colleague got very confused and looked very uncomfortable and just kind of glared at me and said he's not that way and walked off. I thought that was inappropriate, as a friend said. You should ask those who know him about him, like a friend or colleague. Yeah, that turned out to be a no. Oh, interesting. Oh, so it was the colleague you said that didn't respond well to it when you asked about the professor or whoever it was. I see. I was literally just talking about a student that had a crush on me. That was a while ago. That was when I first started teaching 2 years ago. But thankfully, they never crossed a certain line. They got close in certain instances, but I guess they were wiser not to do that. That would have been a very uncomfortable discussion. That's tricky. That there's actually, if you guys were to look on Reddit, because after that incident with the student, I was also very concerned. And funny enough, at least like on a platonic level, that is common. That's actually very common and more common than I thought, with like students becoming friends with their professor and not just like, oh, like it's not like teacher's pet, but like actual friends, like where they would like hang out and stuff like that. I was shocked because people were coming, like they were coming in and sharing their stories, and they were like professors from all different different industries and fields and even different levels, like undergrad and grad. And I was like, I guess that's interesting. Like, I have a lot of cool students that are like similar in age, but I think that dynamic feels very strange. You know what I mean? Where it's like, well, I'm your teacher. I mean, you sound like a wonderful person. Like, I would love to be your friend theoretically, but it is strange because of that divide, right? If they came back maybe a couple of years later when there is no more affiliation, then perhaps. But yeah, I was like, I'm like, that's interesting that that's very common, at least here in the States, because the threats seem to be based in the US. But in terms of like relationships, I'm like, oh, that's a very sticky situation. Um, I would not get involved with that because that has too many negative ramifications for everybody involved. I have heard, because I remember I had training in this specific area. I have heard that in certain circumstances it can be okay, but you do have to report the relationship to the department. You would also have to make sure that any ties towards your grading and your evaluations are complete and essentially sealed off, if you will. Right? That would be the only way to actually make it happen. It's not illegal, but it's definitely a rule breaking. It's a policy breaker if not done properly. So in theory, if there was a student who wanted to get with a professor or vice versa, based on the policy, from what I understand, whatever evaluations would be between the two would have to be done. There's no like quid pro quo, I believe it's called, where you trying to promise something in favor of something else, right? You're not going to like, hey, if I give you some bow chicka wow wow, you're going to give me an A. There's no quid pro quo, I believe it's called. There has to be no opportunity for that. And then it still has to be reported to the university. I believe it works very similarly to other places of work as well. If you work like in a corporate like office setting, there cannot be any kind of like superiority. Like if you are like a subordinate to your lover or vice versa, there cannot be any of that. In university, it would technically be easier if there is a clear indication that you would no longer serve as the student's teacher, or the student would no longer be a pupil of said teacher. Even then, I would never want to entertain it. It's way too risky, even though there is technically a policy acceptable version of doing that. Let me catch up on chat. It's a very interesting discussion, though. Smiley Whale. Mine has lots of photos of my mom and personal stuff, so I was glad the people who found my Insta were just some of my online friends. Oh, I see. I'm friends with my high school journalism teacher, but she's more like my second mom than my friend, if that makes sense. That makes sense. Yeah. I only have one professor that I'm close to, but even then, I don't really correspond with her often at all. I think the last time I corresponded with her was like a few months ago to ask about something about the class that I was teaching. That was it. But she shared like very personal things with me, and so have I to her. But this was like, how do I say it? This was like 10 years, almost 10 years, or I think around like 8 to 10 years after I graduated. So there was a long time. There's obviously there's nothing to be gained or lost from it, right? Like there's no connection. The grades are sealed, such and such. And I've known other people that have had like friendships with their teachers. Mine, like I said, is very like, I would say like more surface level. It's kind of like me talking to you guys, but even a little bit more restrained from that. She's very like, my professor is very like liberal in terms of how like politically, yes, but more so liberal in terms of how she expresses herself and the things she shares. So it was easier to talk about those things versus like other professors. Like I would not be discussing my personal life with them. It's very much like you read the room, right? Oh, no problem, Smiley. I appreciate you raiding on in. I hope you're enjoying the discussion and a little bit of building mixed in. I had to stop because I have to read through the comments, but we're getting there. Kitty says, you like to keep things professional. I respect that. Yeah, it's not worth risking my career, and I don't want to risk the student either if they could get into some kind of trouble for it. River says, I remember I got along quite well with my direct tutors. The guy was like some student course advisor. Oh, yeah. They could be like teaching assistants, maybe. And my direct tutors would often say to their students, we are not friends. I'm your tutor and you're my student. That's it. Oh, wow. It seems like they must have had that dynamic pop up a lot. But I do know many of the students, after they completed college, and like 5 years later, they got back in communication with the tutors and became friends. It worked out well for some of them. They got good jobs out of it through the tutors' connections. Oh, I see. That's interesting. I've had to voice that to some of my students too. Like there are students I had great conversations with, and we were having a conversation that would be it's still an appropriate conversation, but it was more so like friends as opposed to like, oh, hey, I'm your teacher. I'm telling you to do this and that kind of thing. Because some people, like with certain people, you can tell like they just like to talk and express themselves. I'm definitely one of those people. So when I find someone of that same energy, especially if they're like an air sign, you know, it's very easy for them and natural for them to open up. I've had like conversations sometimes for hours with certain students. And we're like, oh my God, look at the time. We're talking about like life and our favorite like games and music and stuff like that. I do teach graphic design, right? Graphic design, I think, is also a field that lends itself to being, I think, a bit more casual in terms of how we associate, because graphic design encompasses a lot of stuff, especially when we talk about culture and media. Well, all of us, right, we've designed things for books and movies, games, events, social causes. It by nature is a very culturally involved field. It's not a very sterile field either. I don't anticipate, for example, if I were to teach law, let's say I was a lawyer and I taught law, right? I wouldn't anticipate having those kinds of conversations with my students, because the approach that you'd have, or the demeanor that you'd have for that field, is very different. It's much more sterile and more clinical. And even like medicine could be one of those things. But again, I was reading stories of so many of these professors and students from different fields, the arts, communication, law, medicine, technology, and they still form bonds with their professor, like close bonds, or vice versa. So, I mean, I guess what I said right now just goes out the window. You know what I mean? I do also respect students that want a very firm divide, where it's like, not even like the sense of like being a friend, but there are some students that really just want that divide of like, okay, I'm just here to learn from you, and I just want exactly that feedback, and that's it, right? And that's totally fine. It's a very like transactional dynamic. There's a lot of connections that we have in life that are transactional like that, right? I'm not expecting to get my groceries checked out by a cashier and for them to open up to me about their whole life's journey, right? Let me see. Smiley, OMG, I'm about to go back to school for graphic design. Oh, that's really cool. Okay. Yes, I know. Hi, hello, Rachel. Yep. We're kind of just talking about that. If you want to rewind a little bit. That was a little blunder I made, which you may have been there for, River. I don't know. That was a long time ago. That happened last year. I made a little blunder on stream by accident about that. But we're cool now. I've been in her streams lately. I was on her stream, I think it was like Thursday night or something, when she was doing the game show night. I've actually seen her work. I've seen her work, and I try to share mine with hers as well in private. I was trying to share my work with her, but I don't know. I don't think I ever got a response, so I don't know. Maybe she was too busy, or she just didn't want to look at it. Gaggle, yes. Oh, hey, Gloopy, how you doing? I did see your cats, by the way. They're really cute. I send you pictures of famous people on Discord, and how are you doing? I'm feeling fantastic, and my cats are doing catarific. Oh, I like that. No catastrophes, I see. Let me be right back, you guys. I have an issue with my dryer that I'm trying to hopefully successfully dry my comforter, which has been a nightmare. I'm going to take about maybe 5 minutes, and I'll be right back. All right. Okay, we're back. It's slowly drying. It's slowly drying. It'll probably take a few more runs. It's probably going to be like 3 more hours till that damn thing dries, but it's making progress. All right, let me see. These pictures. Let me see. I remember I'm pretty sure I got your cats. The famous people. Let me see. Oh, you just sent it. Okay. Oh, I have to check out. I'm really interested in Whitney Houston. I'll have to look at it after stream. Oh, you made the family. Oh, that's sweet. Yeah, because they're no longer with us. The daughter as well. That's really cool, though. I'm not familiar with the other people. Tupac, I know. I don't know the other people, though. I'm not sure. Let me see. River says, I hate autocorrect some of the time, correction most of the time. It is making progress. Yeah, I love that blanket, but it just soaks up water like a sponge. It really does. And it gets really heavy. The blanket itself is light. If the blanket is like, let's say it's like, I don't know. I don't even know how heavy it would be. It's not heavy at all. The blanket's probably as heavy as like a can of soda, right? But then once the water gets into it, that thing becomes like 40 pounds. And I was trying my best to hold it with one hand and squeeze it, but at some point I just the water got all over me because I couldn't hold it and do it. So what I did was I just took the blanket in clumps and just squished it against me and let all the water dribble out into the washing machine. And I had to keep doing it because the blanket was king size, so I was like, I had to do it like a good dozen times, the best I could, put it back in the dryer, and then I had to keep bringing it out. There's so much water that it's actually spilling out of my dryer right now, but there's just no efficient way of doing it. What I might have to do next time is just put it through multiple like drain cycles in the washing machine in hopes that by just the centripetal force of it, most of the water will get out, but it has to be multiple cycles. So it sucks. And I love that blanket, but it's a nightmare to wash. But it's getting there. I think I have a plan for it next time. I was literally soaking wet and I got so cold because I had my fan on and I had to use the bathroom. It was a disaster. Anyways, I had the idea of doing a playground here. It is very narrow though, so I'm not sure. Let me see. I'm not sure. What am I looking for? Here we go, with the outdoor stuff. Okay. I think we can do it, though. I think we can do it. But I'm having so much fun, you guys. I'm so happy that I found a way to use the combined chat. I figured there was a way because I had Restream. I just never got around to actually, like, implementing it until now. So there's that. Let me do this. I'll do a swing set, maybe something else. And this time I'll just do grass here. Do maybe a little bit further out. I like to think logistically when I build, so I'm like, I need clearance, because someone's not going to get whacked in the head as they're trying to eat their sandwich. They're going to get, like, drop kicked by the person on the swing set. Some people will be like, this is fine. Alright, let me see. I think this should be enough clearance. Put the flower bed here. We'll put this over here. I don't want to put a grill. I don't think that makes sense, but we'll do that. I might not even need like a boardwalk area. Let me see. I keep calling it a boardwalk because it usually is this. But let me see. What do you think? If you guys are sitting at a picnic table, do you guys prefer to have just grass underneath? Is that comfier for your feet? Or would you prefer it to be on some kind of flooring? I know they like putting picnic tables on cement blocks, like under awnings and stuff. There's something I do like about the grass, but I feel like it's more prone to like bugs crawling up. Although I don't mind the grass either. I'm kind of like fine with it either way, I guess. But what do you guys think? I can add a little bit of dirt here. Let me see. Maybe sand. A little bit of sand here, not to rain. Do this kind of moment. Maybe some dirt? Probably the dirt's better, yeah. It's so realistic. I don't think we're ever going to get anything that's more realistic than this. Albeit Sims 3, it definitely has its age, right? But I think in terms of the ambition of making a more realistic or like semi-realistic Sims, I think this was it, you guys. I don't think it's going to return to this kind of aesthetic for a Sims game, at least. The color is actually not too bad. It does kind of match the school. Maybe I'll make this more of like a bronze color. That pairs pretty well. Just a slight variation of what we already have here. What is this? Is this the color of the seat? Oh, I love that. We can change the color of the seat. Yeah, I think the white helps. It's going to get kind of dirty, but I think it'll be all right. I don't know why it keeps doing that. I'm sorry, you guys. I'm going to actually disconnect my tablet because it's not cooperating. I could charge it separately, actually. There we go. My laptop doesn't like all of these different things. It has like the power cable, the HDMI, it has my microphone, it has the camera, and it's got the mouse plugged into it. Sims 3 is so beautiful as long as you replace the hairs. Oh. Yeah, a lot of the hairs are pretty questionable. That is very true. Some hairs I do like, though. My favorite hairs in the game are probably from Showtime. That was a pretty good pack for hair, I would say. Just like as an average of the hairs. The base game hairs leave a lot to be desired. A lot of the hairs are great, but they're too some of the hairs are a little too specific. Like if I'm looking at Late Night, for example, let me see. The hairs that I like to use from Late Night would probably be like the little bun, the little messy bun moment. The other hairs are too much. Like there's the one that has like the two buns things sticking down, or there's like let me see. The little bun sticking down. There was an interesting like hair that had, I think, cornrows that become like straightened. That's a pretty nice hairstyle. I think that's like much more usable if you want more like variance in textures. The weird updo one with the two poofs coming down is a little strange though. It's like done up, but then it has two like little tiny ponytails. That one's a little too strange to use like consistently. There are some other weird ones too. I don't mind the one that comes down like this, that has the headband with the hair coming down. That's a good hairstyle. Trying to think. A lot of the female hairs can be nice, but they're just too specific. Like they're just not good for like everyday like casual looks. They feel out of place. The male ones are I guess decent for the most part. They're decent. They get the job done, I would say, for the most part. But yeah, that's the caveat, right? I'm trying to think of the other hairs. One hair that I really love are like the dreads. The dreads from University. I always love that hairstyle, and I love that you can colorize the beads. I love that one. A couple hairs I used to use a lot of were definitely from Showtime. The straight hair coming down. That was a really nice hair. It has a little bit of like a, not really a bang, but there's like a little bit coming down, and it comes down to about this length. A little past shoulder. I love that hair. I used to like love the side ponytail for some reason. That's not really like in fashion, but I used to like using that one. And the male hairs from that game were good too. It had a lot of like the more trendy, like short on the side, wavy on the top, that you can kind of still use. Like the style is close enough to be like passable for like today's style, I guess. It doesn't feel like too out of place if you choose the right ones. But there's hope. There's some hope in the hair selections. Some hope. When people complain about Sims 4 hairs, I'm like, okay, that's the Sims 4. That is where I will actually defend it. Like the hairs are actually pretty decent, if not good, in Sims 4. Because working with Sims 3, your options were limited because there were not a lot of great hairs. I love the steampunk hairs when I was a kid way too much to be used regularly. That's totally fair. That's where all the cool updos would probably come in, right? Reminds me of the Supernatural one where the hair is up and it has like little ringlets coming down. I think it's trying to be a little bit like Victorian. Oh, this was a great tree. I should have used this over here. This is what I was looking for. Something tall, but that would provide like some shade. That's the tree I wanted. Damn. I guess I can still put it back in, but I don't really mind it now. Let me see. I think I want to go a little bit more colorful here. I don't have anything in front of this. I feel like I should. Let me see. Could do like a founder statue. Oh my god, but like the Sims 3 store stuff was really nice. Expensive, but it was nice. I guess I can leave it like that. I don't really mind that. Oh, I should put bike racks though. Let me see. Wait a minute, these kids are rich. They're not going to ride their bikes here. What the hell am I talking about? This is a very upper middle class and upper class region. All right, even if you have to like walk what would be a 10-second walk, you're going to take the limo over here. Only peasants ride bikes. Let me see if I can like get some mulch or something here. Let me see. Oh goodness, that's great. Do we have mulch? I think we actually have mulch in the... Yeah, we do. Yeah, we'll do that. I don't know, it just looks... I think it looks better with a different element in there. I could do the same for this. Let me see. What do we think? Do we like the mulch, or do we like it better with just grass? I'm kind of in the middle with it. I almost think it looks fancier with just the grass, but I do like the contrast of the color. What do we think? Mulch or no mulch? I'm fine either way, but I'm curious what you guys think. The mulch is better because of more variation, right? I can see that working. Let's try it. Let's give it a shot. I used to help my parents mulch their yard. I remember those days. We get all the big bags from Home Depot or Lowe's and then go at it. And our mulch was also like this color too. It was a very, I don't know what the color would be. It's not pumpkin. It leans more of a red pumpkin tone. Pumpkin tone, but more red, I would say. kind of like this, but it's a little bit more orange, I think. All right. I'm loving this, though. I love Sims 3 for this. I know Sims 2 introduced the feature, but I don't know. Like, the world building is just so great. The way that you can not only build your own lots, you can place them down, you can figure out the terrain of the world and the road structures. There's just so much you can do. I love being able to make my own world. Like, look at, I don't know, not to toot my own horn, but I think this is just so beautiful. Like, the pairing of the school. We're going to have the community pool behind it with the gymnasium, the gymnasium in the back. You just can't do this in The Sims 4. You have to kind of pretend while the lots are, like, separated and very disjointed. You have to kind of finagle it. It's just not the same. It's just not the same. I can even do a little footpath here, actually, just to show a little bit of wear on the grass. Let me see. Dirt? Wait. I think I used this one. Yep. I kind of want to do it where it kind of maybe... a worn path, right? Something like this. It would be something like this. Do I like that, though? Let me undo it. I like the vision of it, but I don't want to ruin the grass either, because... Let me see. No, I don't want to put mulch there. Yeah, I didn't like it in theory, but I think it gets a little too much. Let me see. This is where sometimes I forget where things are. Let me see. Okay. Oh, we don't have the right trash can. Community objects, perhaps? Yeah, I think that's fine. We're going to leave it as that. Okay. I think we're doing good here. Oops. There we go. Lovely, lovely. All right. I don't think that there's much more I want to do over here. I might even just leave that as is. I think it just serves its purpose. We've got some areas to eat, and we got a swing set. I do have to bring in the mulch. Let's bring back some more mulch over here. And then we can get back to the pool and the gym. There we are. Okay. But yeah, I love the way this locks up. We have the park in the middle of the area. Country club is over there. There's the private school. And then this will be the connected pool. Pool and gym. Yep, love that. Finally, more of the world is coming together. We took a break from the endless country club. We needed to, after all, so I'm happy about that. Okay, let's see. The gym. This is a little bit more of a challenge now. Let me see. This was our entrance. I'm going to bring back this. Let's try to give ourselves another one of these little moments here. I could probably only fit 2 though. Let me see. 3 and 3 maybe? Get some nice shrubs and go across. Gym's gonna be very small, but this is primarily gonna be a pool lot, so we'll do this. That'll be good. And we also have the swatches that we made over here. Oh dear. Okay. So much going on. Better yet, though, we just have a square. We can do a little bit better than this. Let me see. Does this school have any columns? It does, right? It does have columns. Okay. Let me see if I can mimic that. 1, 2, 3, 4, 6. I'm going to put these here just to plan. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay. 3. Oh, it's not even. Okay. It's not even. Okay, I mean we can do we can do we can definitely do something with that. Give me 1 second. One second. Okay, so let's see. We're going to plan out this gym. I want to emulate what we have on the school. So I'm thinking there could be a little bit of a divot like this. All right, that's my plan. Let me place in this wall, though. Wall here. Here, and then we'll knock out this wall. Same thing over here, and we'll knock out this wall. All right, let's get the columns in. Got these very chunky neoclassical columns. I don't know the right word for them. Anyone an expert on columns? I know that there is a term for them. It's not Corinthian. Is it like Ionic columns? The planar ones that are like this? I know there's like Ionic, Dorian, and Corinthian for like neoclassical, like ancient Greek, ancient Roman columns. I think it's something like that. Do I have something to match it, though? This would be Corinthian, if I'm not mistaken. It has a lot of the filigrees and the scroll work curving from it. I think this might be our closest option. I can do 2 stories with it. Yes, I can. Okay. So we'll do it like this. Let me see. I think we'll do 3. We can do 3 and then have 2 doors that like serve as the entry point and the exit. Right, it's kind of like an ivory tone. Let's see. Oop. Nope. I think that's pretty close. Close-ish. Let me see. What if I did this? That's the column, and how does it compare to this? Similar. I think this one's a little bit duller, but it might be the lighting. Nope, I want to change the body. Okay, optically. Optically, I think it's alright. Gloopy says, I made Christina Prada and Bree 12620 and Create for Sims on The Sims 4. I think I know Create for Sims, Gloopy. I'm not like too familiar with those creators. Are they living in a household together? Create for Sims. I know their name. I don't know what they look like though. Alright, got the columns in place. Now I have to select the wall. Oh my god, I just want to play in the world already. But there's so much to do. I barely scratched the surface. I'm going to have to be very diligent if I... I'll have to be pretty diligent if I plan on finishing this, maybe in the summer. As in this summer. There is that, and then I have my other swatch. Let me do a little station swap here. Give me 1 second. I need to find more copyright-free music. Let me see. Let's do this one. We do have a redeem, by the way, if you guys are curious. I think we have 3 redeems that are active. You can choose to change the music station, which I do have some different genres that you can choose from. There is also accent time, which you can redeem, which forces me to use it forces us to use an accent that we vote on in chat for the next 5 minutes. I'll do 5 minutes this time. And you can also redeem a tarot reading as well with your points if you are on Twitch. All right. Just in case you're curious. All right. I love that the school is so large that it makes it look like I made a lot more progress. I don't know, progress has been, I think, steady, though, for sure. But the school definitely makes it look like I built this. It's like, nope, got a lovely little rabbit hole there, but it does what it needs to do, to be honest. So we're going to leave it right there. All right. Let me see. So this world actually has 2 gyms so far. This is going to be the second one. Oh, wait a minute, though. A lot of the gyms also have pools. So I think by nature, if I set this to be a gym, they're still going to use the pool, right? What do we think, you guys? For my Sims 3 experts here. I love Sims 3, but there's a lot that I forget or I'm not sure about. I'm pretty sure they will still use the pool. Because currently this is set to a pool, but this will be a little gym over here that will match the building. Will match the original school. Let me get the... Put the flooring in temporarily. Okay. Get a nice roof in place. Where are we? Hipped roof. Pretty sure it's a hipped roof, so we'll go with that. Right? Definitely got to be lower, though. You gonna make me in The Sims 4? What information do you need? Like, I won't be able to give you my name, my legal name, but you can call me like, just like Towny Streams. But if you want like the preferences and stuff, I could do that. If you want to give it a try. All right. I think maybe I'll do this one. Like this. Okay, let me see. I don't think there's gonna be another entrance. Let me do this. Because these are currently not, actually wanted the poles to stay. I wanted the columns to stay, but they did not. I was gonna make these a little bit shorter. Let me see. Oh, I think I know what I have to do. And maybe let me... I gotta redraw them, okay. That's okay, I don't mind. All right. One second, you guys. Uno momento, por favor. Okay. So we have that. Oh, we're missing a parking space. We're missing 2. Six, and we got one over here. There we go. Okay. So this area is weird, you guys. I don't really know what I want it to be. I don't want it to be like more parking space, though. I think it could be something different. Maybe if I put a tree here, let me see. I could add more picnic tables. Ooh, my mouth's drying out. It's all the talking. Me, Alex Towney? Okay. I can work with Alex. Do I look like an Alex? What do you guys think, actually? I'm curious to know. I'm curious to know what you guys think I look like. If you guys were to give me a first name. Okay, so that's that. Oh, I do need the windows too. I don't have windows. Oh man, I don't know what I did for the windows. What is the door like? Okay, they're white with glass panels. Yeah, I'm genuinely curious. What do you think would be my first name? It's gonna be my new question on stream now. On different days. What name would you give me? Okay, so that's not gonna work. A single tile door will, though. That has a great look, but it doesn't quite make sense. That's a great, like, interior door. It's a 2-tile door. This door, is it meant to be for, like, a... Looks like it's meant for, like, a police station or even a post office. Oh, man, this door's good, but it's just not gonna snap. Damn it, okay. Not that door, though. Ooh, that one's too, a little too drabby. I could just do this door. This door is actually not too bad. It reads as gym-like. It's not very neoclassical, but then again, I don't think we're going to have a lot of options here. It's going to have to do. I think it's going to have to do, you guys. It's okay. It'll be fine. All right, windows. This is hard because the masonry on these windows makes them look pretty large. But I think this window, it's gonna look a little strange, but let me see. Either this one or this one I think is better from Supernatural. Can I lower the window? No, I cannot. Okay. Let me see a smaller window. There's this. I feel like gym windows would be quite large, though. They usually are. There's this from base game. Let's see. They're not bad, though. I don't think they work terribly. There's that, and then we'll do maybe this one here. Let me see. A little brighter, and I think that'll be good. Pop these in over here. Oop, okay. Ooh, camera's going wacky. Okay. Give me 1 second. All right. Oh no. Oh, that's an easy fix. The fountain is not centered. I was like, why is this off? Easy peasy fix, fortunately. All right. All right. I am going to finish the exterior of the pool. I'll make this a gym though. Let me see. I might regret that. Because I think it'll be more fun to see the pool in use. What do we think? For anybody who's watching, I'm trying to make a decision here. Is it better to classify this as a pool or a gym? I think Sims will still use this. I think they'll still use this even if it was a gym. I think. I just can't recall gyms that had pools in the Sims where Sims used the pool. That's what I'm not sure about. All right, let me see. Did provide bathrooms. Okay. Block these out. Okay. It's got a lot of windows. It's got a lot of windows, but I mean, honestly, I feel like that's kind of the feel. I can delete these two. Let me see. I don't mind it like that either, honestly. But we do need a couple over here on the sides. Okay, and let me get this down here. Got two of those. Whoa, the snapping sound is a little much. Okay. Okay. So there's that. I think, let me see. I might just add like a corner window over here. I think my windows are like this. Oh my god, my friend is on late. It is 3 in the morning where they are. That's wild. I'm like spying on my tablet. Okay. But I am just going to put these few windows down and we'll be all set. I do want to also update my thumbnails because we have definitely worked on the city, but I have not been able to showcase portions of it in the thumbnail. So it almost looks like we're doing the same portion of the build every single time, which we're not. Okay. What do we think though? I'm liking this personally. Being able to have like this sense of like structures being shared on a campus, I think is quite fun. Maybe I should have actually tapered this wall in, to be honest with you guys. I can probably fix that next time though, where I could align this slightly off. Just nix that one tile. We'll still have 1, 2, 3, 4, 6, 7, 8, 9 tiles. That's fine. I can work with that. But that is it, everybody. For anyone who's still here, we got a lot done. Let me just go back. Little by little. We might do an apartment furnishing. That could be a lot of fun. Something different from just building. I know a lot of these need to be furnished. There's definitely more plans in store. All right, let me save this, and we'll be on our merry way, everybody. Oh. But yes, thank you all for being here. It has set up, so once we have more friends join us from YouTube and Twitch, you guys can now chat with each other. I'm super happy about that. You can see the whole screen unobstructed. I'm hoping that we can also return to some Sims 4 building. I'm not sure just yet what that will be, but it'll likely be going back to Kiki's delivery service. That was such a fun world. It was definitely a challenging world to build because it was also very intensive on my computer. But we should be able to continue that. All right. But with that, I'll see you guys next time. Thank you so much for coming to the stream tonight. And I'll see you around. As always, this is Townie Streams signing off. Take care, everybody. Have a good weekend if I don't see you tomorrow. All right. Take care. Have a good Memorial Day as well if you are celebrating that.